Greetings and well met. I am the Crown DM, and welcome. Hello Zebus, Prostar, Nuclear Winter, Octal. I hope all of you are having a good day. Hello AA Killer. Welcome to episode 12, Unshackled of Cometh the Fall. Oh. Oh, a little too early. Dang it. Hello, Momo. And hello, Raiders. I am pleased to see all of you. Thank you so much. Dr. Beardface, thank you very much for the resub for 3 months. I greatly appreciate that. But hello Raiders. Welcome one and all. I am the Crown DM, and welcome to episode 12 of Cometh the Fall, Unshackled. This is a flagstone campaign where players will be taking adventures from level 1 to level 20 and experiencing character growth, stories, and heroism, loss and failure, all of it while they explore the western realm of Tyros, a homebrew world. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I hope the stream was good. Good evening, good evening. Hello, everyone. A lot of new faces and a lot of faces that I remember. So I'm glad to see all of you. That's where I can go. I agree, Godzilla. Today's stream, or today's episode rather, will have the players going from Hain Keep, the prison that they had started in, had spent most of their time in, and are now free of, and traveling to the southern shores of the Etenmore. Aboard the Primora, the vessel which brought them to Hain Keep. There could never be a more fitting way to leave. Nuclear Winter, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. And Nothing to OC, thank you for the gifted sub to SC Barnabas. Ellen, thank you very much for your Prime. It's very greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you all very much. It's very kind of you. Your support allows me to continue doing the things that I enjoy, which is this, Dungeons & Dragons, and being able to play with my friends. For those of you that are new, as well as the Friday game that I run, I also run a game every Sunday over on Momo's channel called The Secrets of Irist. On top of that, my normal content generally consists of map making, dungeon making, and monster making, with chat's input. So if you like Dungeons & Dragons content and a plethora thereof, enjoy your stay. Finally off of that stinking rock, absolutely. Now the world is theirs. They get to explore, see what the Western Realm holds, and deal with whatever repercussions may happen when House Ashford learns of their vassal falling, of them losing the territory of Hain Keep. And who knows what else may happen with other forces at play. I'm very excited for this stream, because this stream, we get to see everybody level up to level 3. And we get to explore some of them awakening, some of them growing into their new abilities as they enter the world with new archetypes and subclasses. We'll see if there's any combat, but I'm also expecting a good deal of roleplay. So buckle in. I've told the players that we're unmuting, and we're going to hop over and introduce the players. The party just started a world war. Just maybe. Let's hop over.
The pencil, and then change it to level 3.
Hello, everyone.
I don't know how to do that.
Hi.
Uh-oh. I'm seeing error messages.
It was just me going through getting Silverill's character leveled up in Boundary.
The attribute Ask Class Fighter is not present in provided rule data.
Oh, interesting. That might be a Foundry problem.
No, it is a clash between things that are currently happening on her sheet.
I don't know. Maybe she has to delete the other fighter first and then add that.
I already did.
Hold on, I'm looking.
Hello, everybody.
Also, hello, everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
and
Technical difficulties starting early.
I mean, not really. I'm just trying to level up.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Oh, you're a Sci-Fighter 3. What's the matter?
I just did that.
What am I missing? What's the issue?
Like, none of my Sci-Fighter stuff is on here. As, like, actions or whatever. I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay, hold on. So let's see. Now, did you drag Psy Warrior, or did you name it Psy Warrior?
I drag it.
Okay.
you might
So
just have
let's
to
see.
add the features from the drag as well.
So you get psionic power.
Oh, no.
What?
Ugh. I don't know what I chose for my skill choices before I deleted it, so I don't.
What you chose for your skill choices before you deleted it?
The other fighter that Helena's told me to delete.
Oh, I deleted like that, cleared everything out. That's weird.
Yeah.
Your fighting style and stuff's everything's still here. Great weapon fighting.
Let's talk about skills, proficiency.
Perception, performance, intimidation, athletics, acrobatics.
Sounds right.
Okay. I don't know why it's asking me to choose it again. Whatever. I just don't have the things from
Psionic power, Psi Warrior. Attribute class level is not present in the profile. What the hell? Oh no, it's there.
Momo, I messed up on my HP. It should be 42, not 36.
Jesus, how do you have so much HP?
Lots of con. She's got
18 in con, yeah.
I built to tank.
You have a wellspring of psionic power within yourself. The energy is represented with your psionic energy die. Oh, we should have done this last night. Is it not showing up?
Alaric, I need any changes that happened to your sheet.
Yep.
Protective.
Thank you for correcting me, Sirik. I appreciate it. I would have never caught it.
It's all right.
One paladin to another.
Sorry, everybody. Getting some things adjusted.
It happens.
You would have caught it when you saw that I had more HP than you. You'll be like,
What's
what?
your health, Sarek?
I believe it's 40.
You went from 26 to 40?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wait. Yeah, 40.
You'd be 3 less than me because you have 1 less con.
Then it's 39.
At you trying to math.
The
Regain
actual
all your
play.
expended psionic dice. Okay, so it's psionic dice. Should be able to just pop that. Oh, how the hell do you do this? Did you initially do this through D&D Beyond?
No, I've only ever done it through here. I purposely didn't do it through D&D Beyond because we had custom stuff and it would erase it.
Some of your expended energy die. You can't use power cards. You do dice when your dice are all expended. You gain all your expended psionic energy die when you finish a long rest. The number equals to twice your proficiency bonus. Okay. So you have 4 psionic die. The attribute class level not present. What the fuck?
Rawr. Any AC? Any ACs go up or anything? Anyone else besides Sabine that I already got?
My AC is still the same.
Mine will go up when I find a shield. Until then, it is 14.
Well, that is unuseful information to me currently.
Just trying to fill the sounds, bro.
There wasn't silence. You were just talking.
Okay.
Alright, new overlay in your DMs. DM.
Yep, I will get to that eventually.
I know. I was just telling you. It was there. It exists.
You have
Good
been
work,
informed.
I'm so excited for today's session.
The computer
Yes,
died.
it is time for the characters to activate.
Oh no.
It's time.
The orcs are
to-
freaking out.
Time for us to have a sit down and finally talk as friends. Ha ha ha.
Whew.
Anyway, I start swinging.
Oh,
Roll initiative.
we'll skip about that.
Roll initiative, bitches.
Oh. Alec doesn't want to be my friend. I understand.
My
Bro, we
cat
fist
just
bump. What the fuck?
climbed
Indeed.
into my arms and is like, hold me.
Put your cat down. It's D&D time. If you bring up your
Do it.
cat, I'm going to add it to the game and you're going to be upset.
You're going to be responsible for it. It's going to have 12 HP, and if it dies, half of your HP
12
gets
HP
permanently
is
reduced.
very generous.
Generous. Yeah, that's a hell of a cat. That's like a level 5 cat.
That's
Jesus.
a lot of cat. That's
I
like
never
a
said it was a cat. It's like a familiar.
It's a
But
dire
she has
cat.
to protect it.
Tiger cat.
And it has taunt.
It's like the
Yes.
black, it's like the
Oh, no.
black cat from fucking from Divinity Original
Everything
Sin 2.
in the room must attack it if it's an enemy.
Oh no.
It's the black cat from Divinity Original Sin 2, where it's like, what's that?
I'm on
There's
fire
fi-
now.
There's fire right there. What happens if I
You
jump
did
into it?
That's why. Okay.
Hi!
All of your shit is from a different fighter archetype. So it's like, ooh, you don't have that anymore. So we have to delete all of your shit and add it back through the Psi-Fighter class.
Oh, weird.
Fun.
Strange.
It's trying to stop you from like gaining extra shit. It thinks you're cheating
Yo.
effectively.
Well, shit. Okay.
The game's
Cheater
anti-cheat.
Cheater alert. Vacman.
So we need to delete your fighting style.
Banned on Steam.
We need to delete your... Yep, delete this.
Delete.
Delete.
Delete your.
We watch Siluriel disperse into the air
Second
like
wind.
Thanos snapped.
We need to delete your
Little bit.
action surge. So now, if I grab class features, also, again, everybody watching, I apologize. Just a quick speed bump before we begin. So we go to classes. Everything's lagging. My CPU's maxed out. I'm having a real bad time.
Uh-oh.
My computer literally is trying to inch its way off of my desk so it can hang itself by the Ethernet cord.
I feel like your computer sometimes. Arithmetic hard.
Okay, so let's grab class feature. Ooh, this is making it really cumbersome. Second one. Did not add second win. Second win.
I'll take a second win. Does that mean I win?
Yep, you are no longer in the game. Congratulations.
Woo! Prestige.
You won the game.
NG plus. Back to Hainsky.
Ah, here we go. That's why. Phenomenal.
Can't believe Siluriel sped run D&D. What the fuck? Any percenters.
Ooh, yay. Having a great time.
I'm so hyped up on a lot of energy drinks right now. Let's go.
Got second wind. You have action surge. What other stuff do you have as a fighter?
I have. Hey.
A dog.
Genji, stop. I have. Fuck, I don't know. I have. I had her pulled up somewhere on one of my screens. Second wind, action surge. Those are the things I should have.
Can you know? Can't have the cookie.
Right? Oh my god, Adam.
Sorry.
Ooh, we're starting out strong today.
Sorry. Sorry.
Do you have a combat stance yet? Or fighting style?
Psy warrior.
That's your subclass.
Yeah, fighting style would be like
Great weapon fighting.
Yeah.
Here, go ahead and just do your intro. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Hello, players.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Welcome to episode 12, Unshackled. What we're going to do is we're going to have the players introduce themselves as we've always done. Starting with the sniffly man who likes to crinkle things into his mic, Alaric.
Sorry. My stuff is very cold. Everyone, hello. I am Alaric the Karim, storm wielder of the eastern boundary and half-elven mutt of Cravain's bloodline. The more obtuse minds dub me paladin of Athos lightning, but they know not that in truth it is his son, Shelian, that graces me with his protection, his mentorship, and his affection. The great leveler, who the ungrateful call tyrant, but the wise know was lord of all. No matter, let the foolish curse his name, for they are unworthy, doomed to wither and fade. But not us. My new kin and I have finally left Haines Keep, and in good hands, may I add. Now we forge onwards to the mainland, away from the ocean, thank the gods. To a tavern, I hope. To some ale, I pray, good gods.
Thank you. Kellen.
I play Kellen Aldane. He is a variant human ranger, member of the Grey Watch, and after getting captured and brought in with everybody else to Haines Keep and participating in the overthrow of Haines Keep as well, he, along with everybody else, is on their way out and into the wide world. Easy peasy.
Thank you. Marana.
Good evening. I play Marana Lemuria, a level 3 Dampier rogue. Brought to Haines Keep under false pretenses, we participated in the siege, narrowly escaping Lord Hain and the shelling with our lives. Now freed and heading back to the mainland, we forge whatever new destiny awaits us. But first, I should let my family know that I still live.
Thank you. Sabine.
I play Sabine Lillian Rousset, level 3 ASMR Paladin. Born and raised in Katarina, member of the Order of the Rose. We are coming to terms with how ugly that battle was and how even Sariel had issues finding beauty in it. We now are aboard a vessel to whisk us away from what has been literally a nightmare, and who knows where we're going to end up, but I think I might have made a few friends along the way.
Greetings. I am Sildero de Katarina, Ward of House Etinmo, the Sunblades. I am a level 3 higher fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. Unfortunately, up till recently, I had found myself in the unforgiving clutches of Hain Keep. Manned and orchestrated by Lord Hain and his goons, I endeavored to seek the real reasons I had been sent there. But it seems I still have no answers. Even after we freed ourselves from the keep and the battle that laid after, nothing yet. But I will stop at nothing to find the truth.
Thank you. Yuria.
Hello. I'm Yuria of House Athelian, Yuria of Shademore, a far traveler from the realms of Careso and the province of, Shademore. I came here to search for the lost history of my people, and have found myself in Haines Keep. Now, freed of Haines Keep, I am hoping to see Tyros honest for the first time. Under different circumstances, however, than perhaps I originally thought I would see Tyros when I first arrived. With a colorful band of characters and who I am tied with, whether I like it or not, in a foreign country. I suppose I will have to see what they wish and hope that my plans to uncover my lost history is not too far delayed with the roaming gaze of the Iron Duke looming behind every shadow and every tree. Oh, also, I'm a level 3 warlock. I don't think I mentioned that.
Thank you. Now, you are out of Hain Keep. As such, the recount falls upon the players. Everybody roll me a D100. The number you are trying not to hit is 100.
Why would I not want to hit that? Are you saying that it's bad to recount?
What I'm saying is my
What are you saying we're trying to
is
avoid?
maxing out right now, and it's it's everything's struggling.
Oh, am I maxing it? I can turn myself down.
Sabine, as you went last week, Alaric.
I was about to say it'd be sort of mean if she went again. Let's see. We last left with Hain's body at the feet of our group, recently executed by verdict. Perhaps they were my hands, the ones who swung the hammer, but I like to think it was justice who carried out the deed. I was merely its conduit. Before we could further deliberate on what to do with Hain, our collective train of thoughts were stopped by the background din of explosions and cannonballs destroying the man's keep. We knew the barrage had to end, for there'd be no positives should it continue. Even orcish lives could have been spent by an errant shot, for it is hard to tell. To know. With gunpowder. I suggested waving the white flag of surrender at Spinebreaker, that in his bloodlust perhaps he'd be appeased in knowing his enemy had been broken. But the Arcanist and Yuria both admitted that might not stop the chieftain in his vendetta. It was thus that we put into motion Sildero's next offered plan, to take Hain's banner, the largest, and turn it upside down as to denote the invading tribe of their victory and the keep's capture. And so they went off and into the keep, into its gatehouse, circumventing several obstacles on the way there while I stayed with Hain's body and Rainer, the Arcanist. We watched from below as Sildero reached the top with my friends and hoisted the inverted colors of Ashford, and I must admit, seeing it faced, its edges burned and faded by war, and a ward of the very house waving it in defeat pulled at my heart. Trojans doing what they do best, killing each other. The barrage then finally ended, and Spinebreaker's forces consolidated the courtyard and assembled the prisoners, except for one, the captain. Before he could be struck down, I interceded on his behalf, and had his would-be killer cease their depredation so that I could speak to him. For see, I knew the look of a man who has lost everything at a glance, and I could see this very look in his face. At the time I knew not why, but something in me cried to help him, to understand him. But given that such doubts aren't the kind you could hope to find answers to by merely asking, I instead hoped that a task would loosen him up, with the hope of opening him up and to do his last deed to his lord's name. Bury him, or at least help me. Together we traded weapons for shovels, and together we prepared Hain as comfortably as a cadaver can be to begin digging his grave. A grim and testing task, but like it as not, one that need be done. As we dug, the fish folk arrived. Spinebreaker saw fit to announce them, but he needed not to know of their coming. The rotten stench of refuse that they're so fond of was thick in the air but the moment they stepped out of the ocean. Their leader, priestess, came for Hain's body, and I refused. She sought a compromise, helpful. His heart, I refused. For whatever reason, the ranger, him whose oath is to safeguard our kind, was the first to defend her notion. Then came Yuria, always second, never first to stick a toe in hot waters, that one, to further this contradicting notion against our kind. Kellen and Yuria, them whose support I needed the most at the time, the daggers in my back, and with it, spat not on Hain's legacy alone, but Ashford's, my grandfather's name, and that of his father before him. Kellen and Yuria, whose greed for the approval of oceanic abominations had them push for the desecration of not simply a man, but Tyros itself. After his betrayal, I offered Kellen the chance to do the deed himself, hoping the notion would be enough to horrify him, to back him away from the idea. What kind of man cuts into the flesh of another as gift to outlanders? But again, his lack of morals, of virtues, showed. He accepted. To think I respected him once. And he, with gladness, I should add, took the knife. With it, he cut a bird through Hain's chest and dug out his heart. Blood of Hain in his hands, on his face, wedged into his fingernails as like dirt. Just to hear that knife cut made my gums itch and nails feel like in need of a trim. After that, she left. With her reward, the man's heart. For what? Who knows? Some witchery, I'm certain. Something I'd rather not even dwell into. Then came Kenneth's thankfulness. He admitted, with some of Yuria's prodding, that Hain was his father. That he wished to, well, not that he did. I brought it up. That he should take what few prisoners were left and command them. That he should galvanize what's left of Hain's legacy and lead it someplace. It is here that Yuria came to find that the captain's father was no other than the Lord himself. And with some agreement later, I decided to help him, to send my grandfather a letter and, with some luck, enable him to carry on Hain's legacy, as a bastard once again found with the man's name, one should hope. With everything put more or less together, we all together left Spinebreaker's ship. And on it, we prepare to sail to Tyros, and hopefully to a tavern for some drink. Gods be willing.
If you didn't already have a point of inspiration, I'd give you one.
Holy shit.
Well done.
That was bonkers as fuck.
You find yourself aboard the top deck of the Primora, the same vessel which brought you into Hain Keep, now ferrying you away. The sun finally breaking through the overcast above. You are now bathed in the warm light of the morning sun in the morning sea. What are you all doing?
Is there a bath on this boat?
You could ask.
I'm going to go to one of the orcs. Probably this one right here. Hopefully it speaks Cometh. Excuse me. She sort of gently wraps her knuckle against the thing's bicep, assuming it's not paying attention.
This orc, currently resting with their hand on like the pommel of their sort of very crude looking like blood-soaked mace, sort of hands resting on it, their attention off towards the sunrise. That's like just, it's this beautiful moment, and then his attention very quickly brought towards you.
Poke, poke.
He responds in a very gruff tongue you do not understand, but there is a raised brow.
Is there perhaps a place to freshen up on this boat?
He stares at you blankly for a moment.
She stares back blankly at him before remembering that most of these orcs don't speak common.
He looks at you for a moment, and then you watch as he brings a hand up, sort of half cupping to the side of his face, and shouts this very guttural sound, a number of words in which Torug sort of perks up and begins making his way down.
She meets Toruk about halfway. Sorry, don't mean to be a bother, but is there perhaps a place to freshen up on this boat?
The quarters downstairs are what you are looking for. I expect there should be soaps and waters. I am not all too familiar with this vessel.
Ah. Thank you. Just want to freshen up before we're dropped off in Tyros proper. Not.
At the rate we're traveling, it should be no more than 4 to 5 days.
Oh. There's that slow realization that they're a lot farther than she perhaps gave it credit for. She nods and proceeds to walk formally in careful strides downstairs. She will try to find the quarters he was referring to.
Indeed. It's relatively simple, passing by the sort of first deck where a number of the cages are they look like they more or less have been dismantled and have been their spots replaced with cannons. And then making your way down to the second deck, which is where the actual quarters are. A number of like hanging hammocks and what is essentially a washroom. You'll have to like heat the water, right? And sort of, it's very like rationed, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But there's that same powdered soap.
She will take the powdered soap, find whatever faint, vague notions of privacy there are on the boat, and begin to freshen up. About halfway through, now away from the from Hainskeep, from the adrenaline of fighting, from the misery of death, she will proceed to have a panic attack in the baths. Rapid, just start rapid breathing, that feeling of choking, that claustrophobic sensation, heart racing. She'll start dry heaving. Just general things that one does when one, freaks out after drama.
Absolutely. This is it's like a standing like barrel almost.
Yep.
So you're able to like partially submerge yourself, but in that moment sort of tightly gripping the edges of it, the sort of creaking of the vessel, everything sort of begins to fade, replaced with that beating sound of your heart very rapidly in your ears, almost drowning it all out.
Indeed. That appearance of cool, of collectedness that she's tried to keep up during their adventures in Hainskeep, shattering like glass, and just the body realizing that it can now panic now that everything's over. It does so with in spades.
Understood. What is everybody else doing in this moment?
Sabine would go over to Torug and she would pull something out and hand it to him. It is a braided lock of her hair. And she's going to clasp it in his hand. Torug, I deal with a lot of nobles with what I do. Most of them are noble in title, not in action. You are noble in action, and I would consider you a friend.
the large, like, calloused palm, sort of holding this braided lock for a moment, sort of curling his fist inwards and then pressing it to his chest.
For what it is worth, you and yours will always be considered Groomtooth.
I'm honored.
You hear Orcish again shouted over the top deck as Spinebreaker is calling to him, in which he sort of reaffirms by pounding that fist, that singular fist against his chest once more, and gives a small nod of his head as he turns and begins making his way back to his father.
She will return the gesture.
What are the rest of you doing?
Marana is kind of wandering the deck now freely for the first time, first time obviously having been part of her capture. She seems to be kind of very curiously marveling at some of the things on the boat, the ballista, the rigging, just kind of very curiously taking it in, like someone who's been at sea for the first time, truly.
That actually does beg the question for everyone. How familiar are you with seafaring?
I've been on boats. That's typically how I travel. Like, to get from Katarina to the mainland, that's common occurrence.
Marana is very obviously not familiar. The first time she was probably on a boat for any length of time was the first trip over on the Primora. And now this one.
Yuria spent quite a while on a boat to get here, but I wouldn't say she's proficient in sailing.
Kellen loves sailing. He doesn't get to do it very much, but he loves it.
Would my character?
Ooh, roll me a history check, actually. You know what? To spice it up, roll at a disadvantage.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Bullet.
Uh-oh.
Why a disadvantage?
You know why. You of all people know
shut
why.
up. God damn it. This is dumb.
Unfortunate.
Wow.
There
Damn you, backstory.
stood there, hands gripping the... You fall over. How about that, huh?
By the way, I'm calling myself a dumb cunt. Stupid me.
Hands gripping the railing and sort of that moment where you're facing out towards the ocean, watching the long rolling waves, that murky water of the morning sea sort of spraying upwards when it collides with the ship. There's the faintest hint. There's this almost this feeling of deja vu, but you can't place it. In the Ettenmoor under House Ashford, travel by horse and carriage is the most prominent means of getting through the moor and up through other territories. Using vessels is very rarely used, but it is used from the main capital to cross the Bay of Cadamir. But there's something here that you can't place.
God damn it.
So yeah, Marana is still kind of just wandering the deck, taking a look at things, seeing how things connect, and as the sun kind of peaks over the horizon, it takes her aback, the feeling of sun on her bare face, like almost unfamiliar look, as she kind of then
goes up and kind of, for lack of a better term, gawks at the sun rising over the waves.
Immediately set on fire.
Immediately.
You burst into flames.
I think somewhat belatedly to the previous question. Alaric, hailing from an island culture surrounded by sailors and seafaring explorers, and with the geographical obligation of having to sail to ever leave Karim to begin with, I'd say he knows of sailing, rigging, understands nautical distancing, and how to maneuver a mainsail and foresail. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have proficiency with, like, sea vehicles?
No.
Okay. I was just curious.
Didn't even know that was a thing. Otherwise, I would have gone for it.
Yeah, proficiency with vehicles is something often given by backgrounds. So that's what I was also trying to suss out, if anybody had like vehicle proficiencies. Land vehicles, water vehicles, stuff like that.
Then his knowledge would be more like, imagine a fan of football knowing all the moves, maneuvers, and tricks, never having done it himself. Yeah.
Knows what port and starboard means, what the what the helm, what the aft means, what rigging means.
Yeah.
As the sun sort of pulling itself upwards towards the sky, you watch as the rays sort of connect against the top of the morning sea, and you watch as that murky coloration almost gets pushed away, like it's being battled by the sunlight, and you watch as small sort of glowing motes seem to retain the light and give this ocean a almost like a glow or a hue to it as the waves roll.
Sabine would absolutely be taking in this beautiful moment.
Kellen would probably be perched near the prow, probably watching and enjoying the ride for the most part, conversing with orcs whenever he can and trying to pick up bits of their language as he can.
As Torag said, it is a 4 or potentially 5-day travel to the southern shores of the Etenmore heading north. Is there anything in particular you would like to do today, your first day of freedom?
Yeah, what are the orcs up to?
The orcs, compared to when you had first met them, there is this air of elation that radiates from them. They are doing something that they enjoy. It's not their vessel, but it is something that they still enjoy. These are seafaring orcs. So you watch as they're very effortlessly climbing up rigging. You're watching as they are listening to the barking commands of Spinebreaker as the wind chains, and you watch as the large sails move or get pulled upwards and furled.
Are any of them celebrating? Any alcohol laying around? Anybody drinking?
Not currently, no. Though you would hear from the Spinebreaker as he's sort of bellowing out. You watch him behind the helm.
Tonight, there will be a feast for our fine friends. A means of celebration, a means of freedom. If you wish to partake, you are more than welcome. If not, your quarters will be prepared for you and yours.
Wonderful. Given the circumstances, I think Alaric would help in sailing. Think he'd see what needs to be done, look for some kind of first mate, ask for directions, and get a task and perform it.
You would know the first mate to be Torug.
I know him.
Torug would almost, sort of with his only hand, pat your shoulder.
There is no need to burden yourself, Alaric. Take the time. Rest. Enjoy the wind. Be free, brother.
I've been free my whole life, friend. This small episode in Haynes Keep feels like almost nothing. But I have been instead, my whole life, a slave to indolence. No. This newfound freedom, I want to do something with these hands. Come on. Besides, you must have tasks that are in need of doing. As a gift for having saved us, let me do them for you. It'd be an honor.
There's a very faint smirk on Spinebreaker's face as he stood behind the helm. Torug reaching up to sort of scratch underneath his chin.
Then you can help us prepare the feast tonight. There are casks in the bottom quarters. Help bring them up.
Of course. Thank you. And enjoy the breeze. Looks good on your face. And he'd reach up, bump him on the shoulder.
There's that wide, sort of wide-pulled grin pulling around the tusks that are there as he sort of hand up, gesturing to one of the orc crewmates that is currently about to head downstairs and barks something in orcish, of which the one looks up and pounds a fist to his chest.
That one there will help you.
When Torug looks back, there's no Alaric. There's only an outline of dust of where Alaric once was. Already he's down the steps. He's tapped over a dingy coil of rope, and he's following after. Those fast, heavy, thudding footsteps, and he's leaning forward too.
The other orc, though doesn't speak common, sort of shares a look of amusement, sort of taking that energy that you're giving and sort of, you've sort of inspired him to also work, of which he guides you down to the second deck and begins to show you where, sort of past the quarters is where supplies are being carried, and there are a number of like rope-bound casks and like crates of unopened, like dried meats and everything like that.
Well, to Alaric's defense, he will not hog any drink just yet. Instead, he will join this ferrying cadence of goods and help carry them along.
All right. Roll me a history check.
All right.
All right. As you were. There are marks on the some of the casks that are here, but they are not something that you recognize.
Warning, highly poisonous. Do not consume.
Sildero, what are you doing?
She is taking in the, I mean, the happenings of the, last, day in a different manner, much as the same as, Yuria's downstairs, having a fucking external freakout. Hers is internal, all. She's just absolutely dissociating against the rolling of this boat.
The sort of rocking of the vessel. For some reason, you're able to sort of keep yourself steady despite some of the more harsher waves that sort of push against the bottom or the sides of the vessel. And your attention's just elsewhere. The rolling clouds above that often blot out the sun, only to bring it back and sort of wash over you again. You can feel that cool breeze that comes, this almost not fitting temperature for what the season is. You are in the 25th of God's Night. God's Night is most associated with winter or sort of harsh, bitter cold, but here in this moment it almost feels like springtime. All right. Is there anything anybody else would like to do for the first day before we get to the feast?
After about maybe 2 hours, Yuria would eventually return topside, having experienced her onset of anxiety, freshened up again, and taken time to breathe. She would return, perhaps a little more hollow in the face, and with slightly sweaty palms. But other than that, she wouldn't do anything. Just wait for the feast.
Seems like a good opportunity to catch up with Torag, I suppose.
Sure.
Haven't really had a chance to speak to him since the prison and all that. Yeah, Kellen will eventually leave the prow and walk up to the top deck there. And greet both of them, Torag and Spinebreaker.
The Spinebreaker, both hands still currently on the helm. It's Torag that gives you like the full greeting. But both acknowledge you.
So what's next for you after all of this?
We are going to take back our vessels and take them back to our home. There we will deal with the loss of so many. We will see what needs to be done for our defenses now that we lack as many as we do. Pray to those that have been lost. Seek guidance from our elders and ancestors, and prepare for whatever dark creatures may seek to crawl their way out of the waters.
At the risk of sounding a bit not understanding of your culture, but I hope you have peace for a time. Enough to recover.
As do I. However, with how Tyros is, the lords and ladies of this place fight with one another. We are so eager to take that which is not theirs. I do not know how long that peace will last, but I am hopeful, if it is at least a season.
Enough time for you to recoup, hopefully. What about you and Torag? What about your arm? I can't help but notice a little bit might have been missing.
Ever perceptive, he says, gesturing, sort of lifting the stump.
Yeah. It's kind of grinning and like, I still imagine that you're more than a match for just about any mauling out there, even with that. Perhaps if you attach a sword or something to it.
There's a very, like, sort of ready to start as if making fun of the comment. And then he sort of,
Oh, actually.
And
That's a
then
good idea.
the Spinebreaker sort of gives a very amused chuckle.
If the shamans are not able to assist Torag, I will beseech some of our more inspired crafters to see if something made of stone or wood could not suffice for an arm. If not, Torog will have to learn how to swing his axe with one hand.
I might offer another suggestion as well to add to a list of all of that. If you can find an enclave for the Grey Watch, there are druids among them. Perhaps one of them can do something magical. They've been known to regrow things.
They sort of... There's a very quizzical look.
I am not certain if you are fully aware. You seem to have the idea, but there's no conviction behind what you say.
Well, I'm being serious. I know that druids do tend to dabble in magic of the regenerative sort.
But they help those not of your order.
I would be willing to put in a good word. I think once my report is made about everything that happened here and your pivotal role in dealing with it, I think a small favor like that is the least you could ask. And they could probably do with no finer allies than yourselves anyway.
Torog considers this.
Sort of gives a nod. If you are able to send word, then I will make haste for whatever enclave that I can find.
I know there are a few in the southern reaches. I suppose the best way to do it would be to have somehow communicate with you over a long distance, but I have no such magics, but perhaps there's a way to send some kind of missive.
They look at each other and nod.
And in the meantime, I will keep you and yours in my prayers, and I will, as soon as I am in contact with them, I'll float the idea and see if it's something they're amenable to, but I can't see why they wouldn't be.
Torog, bringing the fist up, sort of pressing it to his chest.
It is deeply appreciated, but if you are not certain, then I will not.
Well, not what?
I was thinking of the word. Punk.
Sorry. Oh, I thought you cut out, like, you might cut out or something. Boo.
I'm trying to think of this character's intelligence.
If you are not certain, then I will not hold out hope until I receive your word.
I'll do my best to contact you somehow. Your island is where from the coast?
You will find it south of Hain Keep, a little further into the morning sea.
South of Hain Keep. Very well. I'm sure it's probably on some sea charts and whatnot.
Perhaps. If you are familiar with the sea serpents of Eridhurst, those would be the most likely to have some marking of our island.
Sea serpents of Eridhurst. Okay. I feel like I should write that down. Very well. In the meantime, is there anything I can do on the ship? I don't get to sail much, but I've always been fascinated by it. I feel like it's maybe in another life I was a sailor or something. I've always been intrigued by it.
Both him and Spinebreaker share a look as Spinebreaker
If you wish to work, by all means. Though we had assumed you and yours would wish to take some reprieve after everything that had occurred. But Alaric is down with one of the other crew, currently bringing supplies up for the feast. If you wish to assist them, you may. There are other things that need to be done, such as securing a lot of the supplies that are downstairs.
All right. I'll see about making myself useful, but I think I'd like to soak up the sea air just a little longer, but then I will head down.
Both of them give a nod.
And he'll give the orcish salute in return.
Of which they both match.
And he'll just kind of wander about the deck and try and catch snippets of conversation in that language, see if he can catch some more words from here and there to add to his slowly growing lexicon with any luck. Yeah, let somebody else go now.
Is there anything else anybody else would like to do?
There seems to be a conversation happening.
I think they want us to finish RPing it out here.
Okay.
Now, what I said was just asking if there's anything else anybody would like to do. If you would like to continue your role playthrough chat, you're more than welcome to. I just want to know when it's appropriate for me to continue the scene.
Well, they decide that, probably after a while, finally seeing that Yuria is back and the baths are presumably available, Marana would scurry down there and be a bit disappointed at the powdered soap, but figures, yeah, that makes sense.
There's blood everywhere. No, I'm just kidding.
And wash off the dirt and soot and filth from the siege.
Any PTSD? I was just saying if this is a recurring theme or not in the baths.
Welcome to the stress toilet.
I was going to say probably less of the PTSD and more of the coming down of the adrenaline, the realizing I am a far way from home. How in the world am I to get back? How in the world am I to get back? And, thinking of rooting out whatever influence of the Dukes that he might have there, because based on the talk with Hain, there is clearly one in Malgrove. And she can't let that befall her home. So, thoughtful and a little anxious, but not full panic attack.
Okay.
Sabine would continue the conversation. I just wanted to thank you. She would kind of bring her hands up, clasp them in front of her. What you said helped a lot. And it would be an honor if you were to train with me later. That fight that you and I had was one of the most fun I've had since I used to spar my brother when I was younger.
It is kind to hear you say that. DM,
Yes.
The sworn swords in their training, is that something well kept to the family, or is that something they teach others?
Well, there's a difference. There's like the family specialized training, which is each member of the house is trained in a very particular fighting style, while the soldiers en masse are trained to sort of are trained in various tactics, right? So your fighting style, you having led soldiers, would know 2 different fighting styles. You would know what is more representative of like how the High Lord fights and how the soldiers fight in the field.
Okay. What type of fighting would I have used in that fight, would you call?
With your Zweihander,
Mm-hmm.
you do use Ashford's style.
Okay. I have many perceptions of fighting. There is beauty in it all. But be forewarned, training with me is not going to be something that is beautiful. For beauty takes time. And time is pain.
Beauty is pain. And she'll
Kind of looks
grin.
over. She kind of looks over, like you head to toe, scrutinizing whether or not you could take a hit.
You know she can take a hit. She took several of yours.
This is a different kind of hit that she's looking you over. It is very different from how she sized you up in the arena.
Well, I would love to, well, at least attempt to train with you.
Why?
Because you move as gracefully with that enormous sword as some of the others in the order move with just, and she'll gesture to her rapier. It is a thing of beauty. I would love to see it again, and you hit me in certain ways that I would like to learn to practice against.
Possibly. Your first lesson is that you shouldn't refer to your weapon as simply a rapier or a sword. It is a part of you. That is how I can wield this so effortlessly. It is one and me all the same. When you understand that, come back to me and perhaps we can better your understanding.
Absolutely. Thank you again for that thing and this, what's to come. And she would make her way down to the bath.
Okay.
Occupado.
What does a wet dampier look like? Is it different? Is she translucent?
No, just moistened.
Moist.
Is she absorbent?
No.
Moist
I
is
don't
or
know.
moist in?
Okay.
She prunes immediately. Her whole body. Immediately, 50 years
You're
old.
awful. Awful.
Hag. Just like that.
The evening eventually comes. A table is brought out from the lower quarters. Chairs are brought up. Large casks are being brought up by the assistance of Alaric and Kellen, in which a number of sort of preserved foods and some things that they were able to grab before making their way here. You all are led onto the top deck, sat at the tables with a number of the other crew, of which you get to enjoy a feast. As well of a feast as you can have on a vessel. Large flagons are produced of a strange, sort of almost spiced like ale. Some strange aftertaste that lingers on it. Like healthy helpings of the food that is cooked. Lots of bread, lots of meat, and some greenery that is added. There's singing. There's laughing. There's talks in Orcish that are barely understood. But a good time is had. Is there anything you guys would like to do during the feast?
As a creature who has not slept or rested since our prison break, Yuria is trying desperately not to fall asleep in her own food. There are like bags in her eyes, her face is paler than usual. She sort of nibbles and on this and that, enough to sustain her. But it's clear she's not even really conscious of what's happening around her at this point. And the aches of escape and combat are starting to take hold.
Shanties are being sung, and Yuria.
Yeah, there's just this. Pretty much, there's like everyone's having a good time, and then there's just this one pale ghost figure that's just like toppling over in her food.
Being an Orcish feast, is there any kind of contest going on? Drinking, brawling, wrestling?
If not, Silver would make one.
There does eventually come a point where, like, the crew are starting their own sort of competitions. Again, all spoken in Orcish. It appears that Torug and Spinebreaker are the only folks on this boat that speak common. But the other orcs, you can hear the hearty laughter as, like, two of them slam their flagons together, sort of this spray of ale as they both begin, like, furiously chugging. You can see the rivulets that spray down their chin, in which one of them slams their flagon down first. And that roar as he brings both of his fists up, that sort of triumphant pose, which the other one sort of clatters the flagon down, in which you watch him lean forward. The winner rears back and socks him right in the center of his face, sending him reeling backwards. And they prepare for round 2.
This is lovely. I think Alaric would have tried to, by reading these expressions and then by being his boisterous self, try and interweave himself with the celebrations, kind of get into a line of sorts, get punched in the face, while drinking.
Sure. One of the sort of more grizzled, or one of the more grizzled crewmates, sort of speaks in this broken common, in which it's Spinebreaker and this orc sort of talking as you set yourself up, and then there's something that Spinebreaker says that, like, a light flicks on in the orc's face, and he realizes, oh, you're here to fucking challenge. Like, there's an excitement, a jubilation now as he slams a flagon in front of you, and another orc comes up and they begin pouring. It's a completely different liquid, this sort of thick grog that bubbles out from it and begins to fill your flagon, and it's matched on the same side for the other orc.
All right.
This is going to be contested Constitution saving throws.
Amazing.
Loser gets punched in the face.
This is lovely. Yes. All right.
Culture.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
You said contested Constitution, right?
Correct. He rolled a 19. You beat him by 1. There is this, both flagons up. You hear that deep sort of very obnoxious gulping sound. Again, some spray rivulets coming off the side of his face. And it's a second after yours that his flagon slams down. And there's this, like, uproar of surprise from the other orcs that are there. And, like, they're, like, punching the shit out of, like, his arm and stuff like that. And, like, jeering him as you win. And he sort of, like, almost dumbfounded is, like, pushed forward, an orc hand pushed against his back to present his face.
It is now that Alaric shows to everyone that he's a terrible winner. He delays, pulling up his sleeves, staring at every orc's face in anticipation with this edged and long grin. Rubbing his hands together, he turns and looks at his newly gained quarry. He inspects his face, looking for fear, for maybe apprehension there. The rest of his body, like sizing the morsel he's about to eat. Flexing his hands, leaning back.
You would hear the orc, like the half common fucking like that type deal.
Alaric will pat him once in the shoulder, kind of reassure him, and in a split of a moment, rear back and throw a jab at his face.
All right. Roll. What's your strength modifier?
4.
4.
So it's 5.
Crack! That sort of resounding strike that causes his head to jerk back violently. You hear like the like the equivalent of like ooh, like from all the other orcs that are there watching. Again, you beat him in the competition, and now you've thrown this meaty punch that they were not expecting again. So it's this surprise after surprise. There's this air of like schadenfreude where everybody's like super excited and laughing at the expense of this orc who got his head rocked. But he does challenge you again.
He does?
Yes.
He gets up. Alaric was already packing up, so to speak, like taking his empty mug, holding it out, talking, or trying to talk to the orcs beside him.
Snaps forward, the big hand clasping on top of yours to push the flagon down. You would hear, okay.
Oh. Very well. He has some heart, everyone. Watch.
The grog poured out, that thick, sloshing sound as it fills both of the flagons. Another constitution.
Oh my god, here we go.
Ooh, karma's coming.
You beat him again.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Get his ass. Get his ass.
It's this, like, you slam it down and he's still drinking, but you can see the frustration as he pulls the flagon away and sort of tosses it onto the table, like some left in it still spraying outwards. It sort of dripping down his busted lip and chin. And he, like, curls a fist, slams it on the table, and leans himself forward for the punch.
Alaric can tell that he's flagging while he's drinking, and by the time he's done with his mug and the orc still drinking, he's leering this toothy grin, like from his flank. And once he turns to see that Alaric's finished, with all that hopefulness in his face, it's this rictus grin meeting him, and this right fist curled in preparation. He shrugs, as though it's not his fault. And he motions to the mug. It's the game. Apologies. Then he rears back. And this time it's not a jab. This time it's a lesson. It's more of like a haymaker. Yeah.
Lesson. Oh fuck!
Yeah.
You're
See?
getting smothered in your sleep. Is what's gonna happen.
You're gonna get fucked up by.
Continue.
Shoulder squared, elbow bent, arm outstretched. Pow. Punches him again.
The head snapping to one side. You can this sort of spray of sweat and loose grog hitting off of his face as he is like forced to catch himself on the table from the hit. The like another orc over there sort of trying to keep him up from slamming fully into the table. Eventually his eyes bleary sort of pushes the hand away, trying to push the hand away, but almost pushing at nothing. Eventually sets himself upright. Yeah?
The force of the slaps and just the general brawl would eventually attract Yuria's attention. Is anyone sitting near Yuria?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, in the
I
party.
imagine, yeah. Are you asking the party if they're sitting near you?
Yeah.
It's a like a medium length table. So like it was orc crewmates on one side and then the party on the other.
All right.
Go ahead.
She would tug at like, let's just say Sabine for the hell of it. Tug on Sabine's like sleeve, sort of pointing towards what's happening. Are we fighting right now? Should we be worrying?
No, it's a game, and I think I want to get in on it.
She side eyes the Alaric fully decking an orc in the face. A game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay.
Whoever, from what I've seen here, whoever finishes the flagon last gets punched.
About halfway
winning
through
party.
your explanation, Yuria's face collapses and she starts snoring.
Ugh.
Surrounded by orcs, amidst the crowd, under the shearing, Alaric is in his element. And having punched said orc, he's waving down any attempts at abasement which have, in fact, not happened. Before you ask, no, my friends. What I am, it cannot be learned. Now pour me another. And he holds out the mug.
Sabine will slide into the chair across from him with a grin on her face.
No. PvP time.
Sildero would also slide in front of him as her cheeks are quite red and she has been drinking a lot. She looks intent.
Malicious intent.
It is a three-way.
Both the girls.
What, you're challenging me?
Not the best three-way you could think of, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely, my dear.
Well, I already won. You cannot challenge me.
You would hear Spinebreaker sort of.
On the contrary, as champion, it is your duty to accept all challenges.
Oh, you're fucked now.
But I've already drank quite a lot. He'd be at a disadvantage.
Sort of the point, I think.
Celeryl, I think he's afraid to get beat by a woman.
I am not afraid. Alaric Cravain does not fear Dame Sabine.
Then let it be
I do not
heard
believe.
Too late.
that the champion accepts his challenges.
A wide grin spreads over Spinebreaker's face and Turuk's.
You played yourself.
Why do I feel like Spinebreaker made this rule up 5 minutes ago?
5 seconds
Sildero
ago.
would kind of lean in, looking down at the table towards Spinebreaker. All challenges,
There's a
in a
raised,
questioning manner.
there's a raised brow in your
Oh
direction.
no.
And Sabine will clarify, so loser takes 2 punches? Or Or are we going to do winner punches both?
As a champion, shouldn't it be me who decides?
A palm gesturing towards Alaric.
Spybreaker, I see myself 2 challengers here. How about they fight each other for the chance at my title?
I have
Fair
a
and
bit of a different challenge, I am sure, than Sabine. Let her fight you first. Are you fearful of losing?
Alaric looks Sildero over with a grin, a little grin, like a knowing grin, as though he's aware of what she's trying to do. He takes his mug that's still empty and waves it at her. As I am at the top, I choose whose challenge I accept. And given that it's 2 now that challenge me, how about we weed out the weak and start from the bottom? What do y'all say, my orcish friends?
Referring to Kellen, hearing all of this, Marana leans over to Kellen and is like, is he aware that they don't understand him?
Yeah, he's just like,
The orcs look from Alaric's grand display, this triumphant moment, and turn to Spinebreaker, who is laughing. This hearty, deep laugh before he replies in orcish for them. And they turn to look at Alaric now, and you hear the resounding of their fists on the table.
Yuria's head's jolting every time they slam their fists onto the table.
She doesn't wake up.
No.
Alaric will take in their looks, and his gaze sweeping slowly, cursorily, as a master of ceremonies would, looks to Sabine and Sildero. Well, the crowd awaits. Go ahead, drink.
New flagons are placed in front of Sildero and Sabine. A new cask of grog is brought up, and it is filled, both flagons filled with this thick, viscous liquid.
Sabine has a wild grin on her face. She loves shaking stuff up. Shall we?
So just so I understand, who's challenging who?
She initially challenged Alaric, but Alaric is making us challenge each other.
Sildero will decline the drinking challenge. Take your drinks to him. Do this. I have a challenge a bit different. She will grin darkly as she looks back to Alaric with her pink ass ears and pink ass cheeks.
The flagon is moved from Sildero in front of Alaric, as the challenge is now between Alaric and Sabine.
Alaric is incredulous at first, but he catches the mug with a heavy palm over its rim. You would not defend my honor, Sildero? Very well. I shall fight this battle myself. He takes it, holds it up to Sabine. May the best drinker win.
She lips.
You hear
grin.
the hand come up from Spinebreaker.
Drink.
Let's see some constitution checks.
Oh, brother.
Oh, shit.
One
no.
sip, dead. Ooh.
Oof.
Family Guy death pose incoming.
Oh!
What happened?
Oh, brother.
Also, that was a constitution save, not a check.
Oh, it is
Oh, yeah, you. Oh,
It's the
roll
same?
the check.
Okay.
Roll the check.
He did. He rolled 5 as well.
unfortunate, my man.
I'll roll the check.
Isn't it the same dice?
depends if you have proficiency in Constitution saving throws.
Neither of us do.
Hers are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Rule at DM. It's up to you.
No. This is PvP between players.
He's washing his hand.
It would go
You
down
determine if the save counts or not because it's the same bonus.
Then
They
let's
did
re-roll.
tie. Yeah, they did tie.
Yeah.
Now we roll
exactly.
again?
Yep. Another check.
All right.
Another.
Someone just grins watching y'all chug nonstop.
No king rules forever, my son.
Indeed.
As you are drinking, you hear the death knell, the sound of your doom.
It wouldn't be a slam. It would be a light place.
Unlike Sabine, Alaric drinks with a gurgling, squelching set of slurps. Just he can't tell by her body language.
With his drink, Christ.
Yeah, he can't tell by her body language that she's winning, but his eyes are wide, and he feels this doom coming for him nonetheless.
Pain.
And as she pulls the mug away from her lips, there's this strangled noise of disbelief. And then the rest of his drink spills on himself.
The orcs, the crewmates thus far, you would hear this repeated, like, as they're slamming their fists on the table, sort of building in momentum. You would hear them chanting this singular word until you choke, Alaric, and then it's this uproar. The crowd turned against you in a singular moment.
No.
You see before you.
Cheers.
You see before you Sabine, Lillian, Rosaire, her flagon empty, and you defeated.
I love the music.
Pour one out
Alaric,
for my homie.
Alaric will slam his mug on the table, do a bit of another strangled noise, and point at Sabine. Cheated!
Slight groan from Yuria.
How so?
It wasn't even entirely full.
Spinebreaker raises his hand now.
It is not Sabine's integrity you question with such a claim, Alaric Crowbane.
He gestures to the orc holding the cask.
You say that this one cheated?
Ruh-roh. Go
At
on.
this
Sponsor.
point, shut up! Because then if I do it, I don't get the...
Heavy is the crown. A game of chugs.
What would he do?
Sabine has
Alright.
enormous chugs.
So at this point, Alaric
Yeah, I
looks
do.
more...
She's more
He looks
trained
more than
for it,
slightly
okay?
drunk. There's like this floppy flourish to his very nubbly hands. His eyelids are all droopy, right? And there's a bit of rambling to his speech. And when he turns to look at who Spinebreaker mentions, he sways around. He poured the drink. He reaches out to point at him.
Are you saying this one cheated? Acted dishonorably?
How formidable does this one look?
All of them look formidable.
All right, but this one in particular, there's always a skinny guy.
Roll me an insight check.
This
Roll me an
is
insight
a
check.
skinny guy.
Alaric
Okay.
decides if he can beat up the water boy.
Pretty much, even drunk.
Actually, you know what? That's fine. You see two of him, so
See?
Which one of them?
It's almost like his already broad shoulders are doubled.
My
This
God.
man is a giant.
You and your brother.
So I'm guessing the blur looks quite formidable.
Indeed.
Yes, he will look at the four hands, realize they're quite wide, then look back at Sabine's hands. And it's here that a premonition hits him. Fine. You won. Keep your honor. Waves off the two orcs that are actually one. And he bares his cheek and its stubble and its many crags at Sabine.
There's this building anticipation from the orcs who didn't understand the conversation because the Spinebreaker did not say that you called one of them a cheater. Because that'd have been a very different situation.
Ooh, Yarfik.
Personal question: can you smite an Arnhem strike?
Jesus.
Jesus
All
Christ.
right. All right. This is escalating.
That'll
I'm
do.
kidding. I'm
I was like,
kidding.
that'll do actual damage. You can't call subdual on that.
I'm kidding.
I'm just joshing, bro.
But she leans back and she hits, but she's not muscular. She's lithe, so there's not a lot of force behind it.
Until she gets thunder.
The crack of her fist against your face. Given how hardy you are, it is still a hit. I believe 2 points of damage. No.
Yep.
1 point of damage.
Yeah, it's just one.
Did it hurt more than Haynes' fist, though? That's the real question.
No.
Ooh.
Sabine didn't need to be strong. Alaric is shit-faced. The moment she hits him, it's like a push. And he flails backward, arms going along in a tangle, his feet not together, and he plop rots onto the deck with a loud smack.
Sabine would actually worriedly go over to him. Oh my God! I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Did I hit you that hard?
In the distance,
Oh, leave him.
the metaphorical crown rolls over the top of the deck. Comes to rest, knocked free of the king's head. Defeated.
Not entirely.
Oh?
Less than metaphorical is Alaric's hand coming up and halting Sabine in her warrior approach. Next is his other hand holding the mug, hitting the bench of the table with it as he struggles up to his feet, one shoulder at a time, and looks with eyes swelling with violence at Sabine. We're not done.
Oh, God.
Round 2. And he shows her 2 big fingers. Pulls out his mug
Ooh.
to the cheating pourer.
Ooh.
All right.
I'm watching a slow TPK happen in real time.
That's 3 big drinks plus drinking already. Alaric, I do need a con save to determine if you are drunk or not.
Very well.
Do we really need a roll to determine that?
I guess that's fair. You can tell me if you want to be drunk or not.
Alaric is drunk.
Understood. Flagons placed in front of the competitors. Grog fills them once more. That's where we're going to take a 15-minute break.
All right.
We'll be back in 15 minutes to continue Sabine and Alaric's challenge and whatever Sildero has planned with her grinning darkness on the other edge of the table. Get your drinks, stretch, bathroom, what have you. We'll meet you back.
challenge you.
All right, Yuria. Drink. Do it.
I'm drinking.
Face first down in the mug and drowns on dry land.
Maybe tomorrow. I guess I should get a drink IRL.
That could be
When you
useful.
drink in game, you drink in real life.
Oh shit! Is that the rule?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Your
Well.
con save is determined by if you're still conscious.
Fair.
Put the brownies in the oven.
I should turn the oven on. That's a good point.
Food. Nourishment.
Less food and more dessert.
Ooh, sweet.
Sweets.
So, Chad, how are you today? Chatters.
How's your Fridays going? Violence is deafening.
It is, this is certainly not the kind of PvP I expected. It's,
Oh, I can't wait to get laid out by Alaric.
I can't wait for you guys to all level up.
That's not where I
come
thought you were
over.
ending that sentence.
Nice! Hey, what happens in the hammock stays in the hammock.
In a fight, right? Yeah, exactly. in a fight. Oh no.
Could the party barter with orcs for new weapons and armor and gear?
That's a good question. Smile.
Why would they want to?
We're all poor. We have no money. So bartering's kind of a problem. Although I would like a shield. A shield would be nice.
I mean, if they were still wearing like their prisoner clothes and stuff, but these guys all have like their original starting equipment, and the orcs are generally like fur and hide wearing individuals.
They're going to gold. I wish to liquidate all my assets. Yuria shows up to Tyros naked but rich. In pelts, mostly.
I'd imagine that pelts are an actual commodity in the south. Because it's not
Nice,
like in the north where there's actual, beasts with fur.
Y'all stupid. Y'all come into town with like weapons and armor and stuff. I'm coming to town with stock.
What a shipment!
Yo.
Moments like this, I wish I had Nasir.
Yuria showing up ready to corner that market.
Let's fucking go, bro. I'm finna do some midday robbery, brother. I got a 20 charisma and some merchandise.
Time to get real.
The
Time to
patron.
aggressively corner the market. What's that? You also sell furs? Eldritch Blast. Now you don't.
What? I might be a warlock, but my true patron is the bank.
Big government, bail me out, please.
Help me, Gon.
Great PvP so far.
Yep.
Those idiots are just drinking themselves to death. Okay.
They're just killing each other. Exterminatus.
Yuri had to go to sleep in self-defense, otherwise somebody would challenge her, and then she'd get decked in the face and probably die. She's
Or
got a very fragile
or-
jaw.
you end up with an
Oh,
elf
no.
versus ogre situation. If you roll
That
that 20.
would
Or
be
you-
hilarious.
Or you roll so incredibly
But
well
unlike-
that you end up with a new orc boyfriend.
Nice.
Yuria is racist against orcs, though.
Oh no.
After a few drinks, who cares though?
Wow.
I would never want to play an elf over in the Crown Desert.
Why?
You racist against
What's wrong
elves.
there?
Because there is that ogre who now has a vendetta against elves.
He's coming. He's on the boat, disguised as an orc. He's down below decks.
Oh, a wrestling time it is.
He's fucking he's got 2 oars. He's moving the ship by himself. We're moving awfully quick. Why is there only one rower? The ogre. I've been training.
Getting ready if I am. Ready to ruin somebody's.
For those of you who don't know, chat, we had our bard in a Monday campaign, in a off-stream campaign, wrestle an ogre, and we had a Graviturgis wizard who fiddled with the ogre's density, so the ogre lost. The ogre has now questioned his life choices, having lost to an elven bard. An elven bard princess, nonetheless.
Lady,
Yes.
Alaric's fucking 7'3". What the fuck?
Jesus.
My man. Didn't we do a height? No, that was Tuesday's campaign.
Yeah, that was that
Wait.
ridiculous
Yeah.
thing.
That's why he's challenging orcs. Every day I look at Alaric's character description, he gets bigger.
Like it. Like a Warhammer orc. Just keeps getting bigger. Expands.
Violence sustains him, feeds him.
Are the elves of Kareem that big, Alaric?
Jesus Christ.
Dead.
So how close? So does our elf Momo have fear of water now? No. That was just a backstory thing.
Damn me for creating imperfections in my own character.
So we learned that Alaric is both a sore winner and a sore loser. Nice to know.
He's just sore.
Yeah, before Alaric lost, I was like, ooh, someone about to get snoo-snooed.
I mean, yeah, if Alaric's into that type of thing, there's only men orc.
Listen, we know the kind that Alaric's attracted to. They gotta be hairy. But that is strange. There's no female orcs on board?
Correct. You saw most of them, but they were, they got on the orc vessels.
Oh. Huh. I must have missed that. Okay.
The forced stowaway.
Where'd all these women come from?
I think, Jacob, Alaric likes orcs. I think it's like, because they're very Tarosian, right? If they were like, if they were just different orcs, if they weren't Tarosian, I think he would hate them. But in this situation, I don't think he'd have to be drunk to sleep with a female orc.
They're very punchable. The orcs, not the women.
They like that sort of thing.
I'm being surrounded and mauled by dogs.
Nice.
Well,
Willow?
both.
Good. Pet the dog.
I can't. If I pet her, she'll start whining. She's like, ooh, now that I have your attention, allow me to communicate.
So orcs are similar to Klingons? At least the orcs in Tyros.
These orcs.
Yeah, eventually they'll just meet orcs that are bastards.
Ooh, the Warhammer orcs. Let's go. We like pillaging and raiding and looting.
Simple as.
Hey. Man, this background music's getting into it, dog.
Are you not having a good time?
Oh, wake that dumb bitch up.
It's time to party. I've been asleep since the prison break and the fight with Hain. Leave me alone. You know how tiring it is ordering grabs around?
So exhausted.
I'm so tired.
It's very exhausting raiding people's minds for all their personal thoughts and feelings, you know? So I can only do it for 30 minutes. It's like a muscle. If you strain it, it breaks. Or you pull it.
Oh, ooh, ow, 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 ow. Cramp.
Literally, it's like you try to cast it twice and it like you get an aneurysm. Yeah, bro, I've been really trying to exercise my brain muscle, you know? See if I can go for like 40 minutes instead of 30.
So how much of the ship is actually just filled with alcohol barrels? Not that much. This is
You keep
effectively
pulling them.
it.
The entire, like, bottom of the ship is actually just alcohol barrels. If you pull out enough, it starts sinking.
Buoyancy gets all fucked up and the back of the ship just starts sinking into the ocean. You lift up one barrel and it was plugging the hole.
No!
The hole begins to very rapidly fill with water.
You've drunken all other barrels. The orcs are looking at this one barrel they used to plug up the hole. Is it worth it?
Oh, thank you, Ace. The one lifts it up.
I'll do what I must.
Late again. Alaric, Sildero.
I'm here.
Yeah. I got a drink. So I can drink it in real life with the orcs.
Nice.
Yep. Man, who's ready to level up on a hangover? I bet all you guys are.
Alaric.
They're not even
Alaric.
here, so it doesn't matter.
You said 15 minutes, you dumb bitches.
It's like he got here, and now he's inherited her ability to time dilate.
15? That means 30.
Yes.
No!
Son of a bitch!
It's just, a central time zone thing. Right.
Yeah, time has no meaning in the central U.S.
We are the center. I mean, obviously it is superior.
Time revolves around me!
Why else would they call it central?
Duh. Stupid dummy.
Oh, 30 more minutes. Yes, good.
You just start calling them and be like, hey, seriously.
I just want everyone to understand that every time somebody says, I slam the table, Yuria's head, bounces.
Bounces up, comes back down.
She's going to wake up with half her face bruised. No idea
Her
why.
forehead and cheek, it's gonna look like she got punched.
What happened?
You got to a fight, Yuria. Don't you remember?
No, I just passed out. Who'd I fight? Did I win?
That's not what we saw. You killed that man. We had burial at sea.
You're a murderer now. Enjoy.
She's going to end up looking like Two-Face. One side, human, one side just purple.
Cat,
Mama!
why are you so weird?
Get that
DM.
cat!
My cat's weird. My cat's weird, DM. It's real fucking strange.
Don't yell at your cat.
I want to yell at my cat.
It's not fun.
Do you want a cat familiar?
I already have one. I don't know if you can dual wield familiars.
Don't you have 2 cats?
Yes?
Uh-huh.
I have 2 of them.
Mhm.
They are my joy and my bane.
Is that their names?
That would be fantastic. I'll keep that in mind. Joy and bane. Ooh.
It's like
That
a
could be very-
biker comes in with those names on his knuckles. And it's like, wow, that's deep. And he's like, they're my cats.
Never cats.
Those are my poodles.
Yep, Joy and Bane.
Call them. You have their phone number.
God, this is gonna be it's gonna be great soon. For y'all.
Soon. Not great for them. Great for everyone else.
It's like a ritual, right? It takes time. They're currently ritually casting, showing the fuck back up.
Showing the fuck back up. What level spell is that?
Apparently 9th, because it's just not happening.
Doesn't matter, she's a fighter.
Remember, she doesn't like spellcasters.
Arriving on time's a spelling, brother.
Pick Sci-Fighter anyway.
I'm a marshal. Top 5 facts about Shademore, number 5. groovy.
Shademore is a cool place. The end.
With a bustling tourism industry, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Number 5, it's shady, yeah.
It's a more.
Woo!
Number 4.
Your flesh can be taken away from you.
Number 3. It's overcast for most of the day. Number 2. Number 1.
A bustling Main Street with many cafes and bistros.
Wow, how nice of you to join us.
Sorry.
Sarek was talking to his mother. There was a small cry.
Oh.
Yeah,
I like the
apologies.
excuse.
No,
Get your mother on the phone. I'll talk to her.
They're cutting her power twice a day for 4 hours, so that's 8 hours every day. Shitty.
Sad.
Somehow, the one who's taking it the best is my nephew. The kid. You'd think he'd be freaking out.
Oh.
He's adaptive.
Well, that's probably very accustomed to it.
Yeah, he grew up in it, so you'd think.
People are just more highly adaptable than others. Jelly.
But you shouldn't have to adapt to that. No one should have to adapt to Venezuela.
Yeah. No kidding, no.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry for taking a bit.
It's all right. The flagons are produced. They're filled once more. Sabine and Alaric.
I'm ready when you are.
I'm ready.
Camera. Action.
That is 2 for 2. With Sabine coming out on top.
What's with this music, yo? What the fuck?
It's a very somber experience, losing
It's like
twice.
a guillotine is about to fall. Holy shit.
And thus Alaric died that day of alcohol poisoning. In nomine Patri.
The flagons are slammed down, or very gently placed, with Sabine's being first. Alaric, you're choked. Desperate gurgles.
Oh, he's dying.
Oh, at this point, Alaric's hurriedness is a place of wild abandon, wild hope, and wild despair. Everything at extremes and nothing in moderation. And as his dream is trodden into by Sabine drinking faster again, he just sort of slumps onto his seat and throws out his arms on the table, tilting more so than bearing his cheek at her like, fine. Defeat.
Kill me.
Sabine will lean back and crack him again, but she's also going to reflex save to grab him by the shirt and place a kiss on his cheek.
Okay, once again, Alaric is had. And as the fist connects to his face, the whole of its features contour to the shape of Sabine's fist. His big cheek, so she imprints her knuckles hard on his jaw, and while not the strongest of fists, the force is still enough. It's enough still to once more send him staggering back to the side before she catches him and kisses him. He's got a groggy look, like he's just been slapped and then apologetically rubbed on the hurt. And he doesn't know how to feel. What?
Mm-hmm.
You hit me?
I did.
He looks at the overseeing orcs with a bitchy look.
This moment of like excitement, this sort of like cheers or momentarily quelled with a show of affection, of which they all very curiously look at one another, sort of knitted brows.
They start kissing each other.
In this lull of silence and confusion, in spite of being drunk, Alaric reaches up to take Sabine's wrist and throws her arm up in the air and cheers aloud the victor.
She'll laugh.
That brings the energy back, of which the orcs, their uproarious cheer.
And, unceremoniously, Alaric leans forward, leans loosely back, and falls to the ground with a violent thud. Unconscious.
Goodbye.
Ah.
Sabine holds up a hand. But since we leveled, I have 5 points of lay on healing into Alaric
don't.
to remove poison.
You don't.
Oh, I don't. Never mind.
Not until you sleep.
Well, you think I'm sleeping right now?
You're still a level 2 paladin.
I'm leveling up right now on the table.
Shit.
Is drunkenness?
Nothing, not good.
Is drunkenness? Can you remove drunkenness with lay on hands?
Remove poison.
Technically is considered a poison or a toxin, so yes.
Oh, that's
However,
pretty cool.
You guys are level 2. You have not leveled up to level 3 yet until you long rest.
Sabine will sit back down in her chair.
Silverell's expression sours as she slumps forward onto her mug.
Yuria wheezes.
Sildero, we have a few days left.
What challenge were you hoping to level against the former champion?
It is a challenge of strength. But seeing us here, she kind of leans forward, both hands on the table, like seeing us here so flat on the floor, I cannot make such a challenge. Unfortunately, she'll drink from her mug. Soured and grumpy looking.
There's a very hearty chuckle that comes from Spinebreaker as he sort of gestures to one of the other crewmate who bends down and begins to help Alaric sort of up, and if he's unable to walk on his own, then sort of over the shoulder, like firemen carry him down to the sleeping quarters.
How do they try to wake him up?
It's a very like pat on the chest, like big palm.
Yeah, that startles Alaric awake, and his eyes stare intently at the orc itself. Chin tucked in, like be wearing like a cut to the throat, like every good noble, about to be, had in his sleep.
Jesus.
It's a reflex save, come on. But he does reach up and groggily takes his elbow to get up.
The crewmate helps you to your feet, sort of muttering or speaking to you in Orcish, and begins to try and guide you down to the quarters.
Shoulder to shoulder, Alaric throws an arm across his and leans in.
Is there anything else anybody would like to do during the festivities?
I would accept if there is a challenge next, but other than that, I'm just having a good old time.
Yuria drools.
Yeah, probably seeing that Yuria is not okay and having eaten her fill and not wanting to get absolutely shit-faced, Marana would probably gently tap Yuria awake and try to lead her back to the quarters.
Slight groan. She lifts her head. Not
kinda-
drunk, obviously, but just like so out of it.
I think it's getting a little loud in here. Maybe we should.
And she kind of just tilts her head.
She looks around, eyes bleary. Not really taking in any particular individual. She gives a faint nod and allows Marana to guide her to presumably a hammock.
Yeah, definitely kind of help her get into the hammock so she doesn't just fall out of it,
Ah, yes. The face bruising evermore when she just...
Yeah, probably on one of the lower ones so that she doesn't fall right out immediately.
She's able to guide herself mostly into the hammock, right? She's not plastered, so she still has
But
to...
she's out of it.
She's definitely like... Yeah.
She's out of it. She's also on a boat. Sea legs being what they are, you know. She's already wobbly.
Yep.
So, just a guiding arm to kind of hold on to.
Slight murmur. Presumably of thanks, as she curls into the hammock. Hair disheveled. Spittle running down one of her lips. Very unnobleman, very human, as opposed to the normal way she carries herself. And then she passes out.
Mm-hmm.
After the feast end, Kellen kind of lingers on the deck, though, like helping clearing up a little bit. But as most people are probably getting hammered and or passing out, he kind of gravitates back towards the prow to watch the ocean a bit more. He will eventually go to bed if no one bothers him, but...
Sildero would proceed to arm wrestle many orcs. Smiling and dark giggling as she does so. It is hard for her to see, and then she will make her way for bed.
It is none other than Torug Grubtooth, the one arm, who challenges you. Seeing
Sildero
you...
makes no notion that she's gonna go easy, right? It's not even like she doesn't even acknowledge his loss of arm. She's just like, dog.
Square up, bro.
It's like a completely different visage of Sildero than like people have seen, right? She's not this stoic, you know. It's like you get a couple pints in her and she's just like, you know, chummy as hell.
You're my friend.
Well, at least you know you can't cheat.
That's so fucked. What's wrong with you?
Wow.
You see the elbow slam down, the presentation of his open palm. He awaits your challenge.
Immediately palmed.
Do you want a strength check flat, or do you want athletics?
I don't care, whichever one. What are you feeling?
Let's do athletics.
Okay.
You absolutely best him. You rolled a 16. You can see as he's sort of straining against the push of your hand, you can see like where his other hand would have tried to grab at the table to support himself, but now has to like almost push his body into the table to try and get some leverage.
Sildero would have put her other arm behind her back, just in a fair gesture.
Mm-hmm. You hear the audible thud of his fist as it slams into the table. The other orcs cheering now. There's
Sildero cheers with them, holding up Torig's hand.
Very good. A good winner. A good winner.
A good bean.
Now punch.
Yeah. Punch him
There's
in
no
the head.
punching in this one.
It's like it's that game.
The punching is purely the drinking one.
I'll punch him in the face.
Let's do a couple more checks because the other orcs would try to challenge you. So we'll do 2 more athletics checks. We'll see if you end the night the victor.
Who knows?
Unbeknownst to her, she's actually being used for like inner politics to see who's stronger than Tord. She's gonna single-handedly cause like a civil war amongst the orcs.
Dude.
That one rolled a 12. You beat another. Let's see it. Last check. This one beats you with an 18.
Ooh, see, that one's the one that's gonna rise up.
For the sake of it and the sake of roleplay, I would like to use my inspiration.
I am winning this drunken contest, damn it!
Stilderill's tattoos. She's just having a good time. This has probably been the first time she's had a great time amongst like proper fighters in a long time. So like her tattoos would swell and shine just like the scales of a golden dragon, and she would try to invoke some kind of strength.
Oh my
Let's
god.
see it. Roll again.
Please.
Imagine bringing God in on it.
It's a true. Can we add that to it? You know? Just add the 3 to the 16. Just add the 3 to the 16. It'll be fine.
Damn.
Ooh, let's see. You know what? I'll let you gamble for it. High or low? High or low?
Oh no.
That's funny.
In that moment, your fist tightly clasped around this one, being pushed towards the edge of defeat, this swelling of unnatural heat and adrenaline pumps through your heart. You clutch tightly, almost forcing this groan of pain or protest from the other orc as you begin to lift it up from the mere inches of defeat and raise it high, now catching directly in the center and slamming his fist into the table.
Jesus, this orc got cheated by God himself. Holy fuck.
The absolute look of surprise on the orc's face is like wide-eyed, slack-jawed. The other orcs are silent for about several beats before their palms all slam to the table and they all cheer. This orc you beat is like pulled his hand away and he's just staring at it.
What happened?
Just staring at me.
You see Torug's palm sort of smacking the back of this orc and sort of jostling them from their dissociation in the moment and sort of join the cheering like half-heartedly. Not really
He's just-
understanding what the fuck just happened to him.
Bro, do you feel like sometimes you're just destined to lose?
Your high roll was a 97.
Yeah, let's go.
You just had to bring God into an arm wrestling.
I wish I'd rolled a 100. I break the table.
Oh my god.
Look, okay, strength of a dragon is unreal, bro.
Eventually, the festival begins to wind down. A lot of the orcs, drunk or on the verge of being drunk, sort of begin cleaning up and sort of pulling away the meats and the foods that were left over. And the Spinebreaker is sort of gesturing you all, like, you know,
Go on, rest, you've earned it. I will ensure that this is properly cleaned.
Sildero would cheer with the rest of them and attempt to make herself down to the sleeping area.
One by one, you find yourselves brought low into the second deck of the ship. Quarters are set aside for all of you, which you've all been guided to. Probably nicer hammocks than most. Blankets provided should you need them. General storage for your equipment, your armor. And eventually, all of you are loaded into your hammocks. Who needs to sleep and who doesn't?
Fine.
I only need, I'm a high elf, so I don't need to sleep. I just drunken stupor meditate.
Does anybody else need trance?
Any other elf, I assume.
Speak now or your ass is going to sleep.
Nope, not for me, Chief.
I
5
sleep.
more minutes, Mom.
Okay. So it is Sildero, who is the only one not bound by the throes of sleep. Perfect. Everybody roll me a D100.
I may have rolled a D1000. Okay, it's a 100. We're fine.
Damn, Sabine.
I
Okay.
hate percentile dice.
Holy
against you.
shit.
Sabine. The rocking sway of the vessel eventually lulls you to sleep. Eyes fluttering closed, darkness encroaching upon your vision. The ambient sounds of the ship, the creaking wood, the groaning protest of the vessel as it turns and sways in the ocean, begins to fade. Your vision changes. Eventually, your eyes are filled with a golden light. This filtering light that peers through openings in the wall. Large standing archways of marble. Beautifully carved. Figures adorn it. Almost as if built into the pillars that hold aloft the wall and ceiling. Depictions of men and women. Sheer fabric that has been carved from the marble to represent clothing. Their features upturned, smiles, laughs, expressions of happiness, of remorse, of sadness. A veritable spread of emotions made before your very eyes. In the ceiling, a mosaic spread, a painting of the fire hare in the Dawn Theater. Angels and planetars. Their illumination cast over the various people sat, watching the show. You find yourself stood upon a tiled marble floor. And a figure, clad in white. Puffed shoulders, finely pressed clothing, and a mask of porcelain, adorned with various eccentric accoutrements. They are the first one to greet you. A low bow, hands out the side. We have been waiting for you, Sabine Rosset.
She would have this kind of like confused look, but she would return the low bow. hope I wasn't too late. I didn't know I was wanted.
There's a very soft chuckle that comes from behind the mask. You see the tanned features of this individual, their long fingers sort of supinated with their palms upwards, their sleeves almost pressed tightly, the edges of their fabric sort of very tightly around their wrists. You see what appear to be long flowing wings behind them, multiple wings laid over each other. This filigree-like coloration, or this filigree-like adornment on this sash that they wear over their chest. You watch as they pull the mask free, and you see the perfect features of this elven individual. Golden eyes with streaks of golden tears on the sides of their face, a wreath made of gold as well. Pulling the mask back, their smile is warm and inviting, another hand outstretched towards you.
She would reach out, take the hand kind of almost hesitantly, admiring this stunningly beautiful person in front of her.
Taking your hand, it is lifted up, and you feel the warmth of their lips as they press it to your knuckles.
Oh, she'd be blushing.
Pulling it back, the mask is replaced over his face, the hand retreating and the mask sitting there as if bound in some way, shape, or form. The figure begins to walk, leading you along.
She'd walk lightly with him, just smiling, keeping eye contact, being polite, and just admiring the beauty of the place she's at, the marble floors, the artwork, the statues.
Led along, your steps echoing through the marble hall, you are eventually led out into a serene garden. A prominent tree sprouting from the ground. You would see golden leaves amidst white bark and roses that hang on the edges of the garden. As they step back, finally pulling their hand free, but it almost seems like a reluctant motion, their fingers tracing underneath your own as they pull it back and move to stand in front of the tree.
Oh, that's dirty. I appreciate it, but it's dirty. She would smile softly at them, give a nod, and just admire the beauty of the tree.
I am Daria, Exarch of Saria. If you have found yourself here, it is because Sariel wishes to impart upon you a beautiful and loving power. But to accept such an honor, you yourself must be ready to take the oath.
It's understood. I was reluctant at first, that I do not deny, but when I did find my way, it's been beautiful. It's a blessing to be able to try and look at things through a different perspective and try and find the beauty in anything.
The smile on their face hidden behind their mask, but you can see the very faint sort of elevation of their cheeks, sort of closing their eyes just enough. They gesture you forward.
She would step forward.
You watch as their hand very gently waves through the air, coming to a final point, hand outstretched. You watch as one of the leaves falls. Falling into their palm, you watch as it begins to shape and form, taking the shape of a rapier. They pull it in front of themselves. Kneel, if you would be as kind.
She would kneel, making sure not to catch her garments on the way down, kind of that Japanese style kneel, like where you go down onto your ankles first and then to take the knee.
Despite the gruesome and ugly situations you have found yourselves in, you persevered, Sabine. Sariel's eyes were forced to avert themselves, yet you found your way back into his gaze. Of that, Sariel is deeply pleased, and has imparted upon me the strength to elevate you above all others. However, such powers, responsibilities, require devotion. Is this something you are ready for, Sabine?
I am. I understood a long time ago that the original oath that I took, why it is the way it is. Some people have problems, whether it be just getting the first initial word in or afraid of they might be awkward. And I've learned that I can help them through my acts, amongst many things. But I can also guard them as well, and I would take this proudly.
I ask you this once, Sabine. Do you recall the commandments of the Fire Hair?
I do.
While I perform this rite, I ask that you recite them.
That I can do once I go through my notes.
The figure, raising the rapier, begins to recite in a language you do not understand, but is this melodic, angelic voice that echoes not only from them, but through the hall themselves, as if carried by a choir unseen. You feel the rapier very gently rest upon your left shoulder. What are the commandments of the Fire Hair, Sabine?
Are you looking for the dogma or just the
What
base?
I sent you. A long time ago. What I sent you.
Gotcha. It's gonna keep on scrolling back to the beginning. Give me 1 second.
There you go.
Got
To
it.
ease your burden.
No, I've got it. Love none more than yourself except Sariel, and lose yourself in love with the Firehead. Perform a loving act each day, and seek to awaken the love in others and respond to love at least once in a day. Encourage beauty wherever you find it. Acquire beautiful items of all sort. And encourage, sponsor, and protect those who create them.
The voices of the choir grow louder as the rapier is raised, weaving over the top of your head to rest upon your right shoulder. The tenets of devotion are not ones to be taken lightly. There are many, far many than other oaths clerics and knights shall take. But for you, Sabine, you must assure Serial, not only with your words, but through your actions, that you will follow the tenets of your oath. Honesty, courage, compassion, honor, and duty. Do you swear, Sabine Lillian Rosaire, to uphold this oath by any means?
I do.
And do you accept that should you fail, your oath will be broken, and you shall be deemed an oath breaker?
I understand.
Pulling the rapier back, it is brought before himself once more. The hand releasing it and letting the rapier stay. Both hands out, palms upwards. Then Serial imparts upon you not only the strength and beauty of his powers, but something kept from you. A beauty that should not be hidden by any means. You will awaken a new person, Sabine Rosaire. And hopefully, a better person. The hands pull together. The rapier beginning to fade, now touching where the fingers are peaked, beginning to fade and fall into golden rose petals. They sweep over you like a veil, pulling to your person as your vision begins to shift. And for the rest of your dream, you sit in the Dawn Theater, watching a performance unlike any other. And when you wake up, not only will you be an Oath of Devotion paladin, but the lineage within you will awaken, and your true Aasimar blood will be revealed.
Understood.
Who is next? Alaric. Is he here?
Right here,
Is he
sir.
Ah, good. Groggy, laid within your hammock, the swaying of the boat eventually lulling you to sleep. The sound fades to nothing. But it is not warmth and light that graces you, Alaric Crowvane. It is a darkness. The sound of dripping water falling from stalactites. You find yourself stood atop wet soil, pools of water that have gathered. Your vision is filled with a dull green hue. It carries on the fog that rolls through this place. A cavern of sorts. A chamber. Glancing left and right, you find where the crags meet, where stalactites and stalagmites brush against one another like teeth. Looking at your feet, piles of bodies, beasts and man. Overgrowth claiming them, moss holding their features. roots and vines having burrowed their way through bone and skull. Some of them decomposing, others freshly dead, most having been dead for a very long time. It's in this moment the singular drop hits the water, that resounding drop echoing as ripples form and sound carries and fades. Your vision pulled to the figure at the far end, now pushing themselves up to stand. Enormous horns, jutting from the sides of their head. Various sections having broken off and begin sprouting new horns. They seem to continue all the way down the length of this creature's back. Pushing themselves up to stand, you see where flesh has pulled tightly against bone, their ribcage fully exposed, fur and skin hanging off one side of their body. The teeth of this creature laid bare, yet on the other side, complete and healthy. They step, one hoof pressed into the water, and they step as if they stood on top of it. Their eyes begin to wreath with a strange green light that begins to spread up through their horns. You see where various lines form as if following the roots of trees up until they reach the peak of the horns. Their entire body now illuminated, half dead, half alive. This monstrous elk begins to stride, walking forward. Their eyes fixated unnaturally upon you, Alaric.
Alaric is planted in place. He's slouching forward, and there is something deadly about his stance, something dark about his heavy-lidded eyes that stare down at this elk creature approaching. But he finds that he can't move, that he's fixed in place. And when he tries to wrench free his feet from the ground, they squelch and suck from the mud and wet. But is he trying to run, or is he trying to charge at it? It's hard to say. And under its shadow, his face is all dark pits and wide angles, like a cliff in the moonlight.
You hear the heavy breath of this creature. As it exhales through its nostrils, you watch as portions of the skin on its decaying side inhale weakly, trying to fill failing lungs. Its breath rolls over you, adding to the roiling fog that clings to your skin, to your senses. The figure's eyes lock with yours. You find yourself unable to break it, despite your best attempts. And you hear the voice, sourceless, but you know where it's from.
Child, born of earth and elf and man, weak, strong, a creature of two sides, of conflicting natures. I wonder which you will claim. Tell me, Alaric, child of Mother Tyros, do you believe the great leveler
At this point, the figure begins to curl and walk around you. Their steps almost as if beginning to rise above everything, beginning to lift into the air and step.
Whew, an aftershock of excitement, of fear, of apprehension rushes through Alaric. And rather than chase the circling creature with his eyes, he stares deadly forward, affixed to nothing in particular but the darkness itself, working the words, their meanings through his mind, trying to understand, to grasp what it means. What do you mean? What are you?
A being older than most, chosen by the Great Leveler. Many consider me an exarch, but as you can see, my flesh fails me. Soon, judgment will be passed, and I will return to the earth, just as all do, to be reborn in the cycle. But you have strayed, chosen new paths. Which will you take, Alaric Crovine, child of Belladonna, child of Mother Tyros?
Alaric now breaks away from staring forward and looks to the side at this being, at its formless silhouette, its long and swallowing shadow. He's afraid. It is visible in his gaze, twitching, fluttering. He swallows thickly, balls of his fist, and after a moment's hesitation, as I look upon you now, and I hear and feel the strength in your voice, it is like a kind of sundial that's finally struck its time and woken me from this dream I have been living, reminding me of how many years separate me from a world I still think of as home. From grandfather Juven, from Karim. Since the day I departed to be under Rofil's tutelage, I knew that once I returned to the island again, I'd be a changed man. And tonight it is that night, isn't it? Where Alaric greets his final death, and from his mulch arises a different mission, a different purpose, a different man, but perhaps no man at all. Alaric will reach down and with his hands feel the ground for any jagged rock, any fragment that he can take into his hand. Is there any?
You find one.
Takes it in his right hand, so hard that from their inside he bleeds and coats the stone red. He takes up his left, wide and open, and with the pointy end of the stone, jabs it into his palm and draws out a sigil. He holds it then towards the being. Open, bleeding. Here you have my choice. Although I never had one to begin with.
The great leveler bestows upon all a choice. I ask you, Alaric Cruvane, child of two paths, of lineages so differing, if this is your choice, to give your blood to the great leveler, to join in the cycle. It is not just this act, it is an oath, ancient and forgotten. Will you take it?
I shall carry its burden. I take it.
Then you will carry its light.
You watch as the elk's body writhes. The glow of the horns beginning to pull inwards, its eyes flaring brightly. You watch as this strange green flame burns from the corners of their mouth, catching along their fur, their jaw extending as a mote of light falls from it, and with it, the light of this creature beginning to dim very rapidly. The mote drifting, resting before you. If you take this, you accept not only the oath, but the tenets that follow.
Kindle this light. Do not let it fall. Do not let the flame die.
Alaric, very slowly, very tentatively, approaches it. And in this darkness, however dwindling fire is, enough it is to swallow and diminish his form until it almost seems swallowing when he's by it, under it, looking up to it, taken aback under its flagrancy. It is beautiful. It is beautiful.
You see the Exarch's body stagger, falling weakly onto its side, its labored breaths echoing through this cavern. The last remaining lights on its person, in its eyes, fluttering as they are, as they watch you and wait.
As his hands come up the sides and out into the light, the fire's reflection shines out the blood in each finger, in each palm, as each they cradled the fire and surrounded in his grip. And rather than pull it towards himself, he himself leans up and presses his chest to it, looking down into it, sheltering it between his palms, breathing in its heat, embracing it.
The inhale is what pulls that lingering flame into yourself, a rush that surges through your body. You feel knowledge, wisdom, things that have been passed through generations, And you feel as those memories begin to collide with your own. It does not force its way. It makes room. And as you press your palms fully to your chest, you hear the exhale of the Exarch. Their final labored breath as their voice speaks, the light fading from their eyes.
You will be challenged. Things will seek to snuff your flame. Your people are divided. Balance is in disarray. You must fix.
The voice fades before it can finish.
Alaric will, in the darkness now, seek out the corpse, the body. And while he probably can't take its form in its fullest by simply staring at it, he'll seek out the top of the eye, where he last saw the glisten of that wet, staring set of eyes. And with 2 fingers, close each as best he can. I will. I give you my word.
The rest of your dream is spent in this place, wandering amongst those that have freshly passed, those that have died, and those that have been dead for longer than time. Marana. Let me get the music started again one more time.
Oh boy.
Oh, hold on.
Flips over the cassette player.
Versus that 8-track.
Okay. Marana. Finally able to break away. No longer nursing Yuria, you are able to lay yourself within a hammock and rest for the evening. Finally, the lulling of the ship, the ambient creaking sound, lulls you to sleep. But it does not end there. Your vision is replaced with cobblestone roads. The sky above you roiling black clouds. You see intricate metal fences on both sides that act as railings for this long, stretching bridge. Beautiful carts with their doors laid open, their lavish interiors splattered with blood. Bodies hang precariously out of the sides, expressions of agony, of pain on their face. You stride forward, not of your own volition. You realize you are a passenger, watching through the eyes of somebody else, peering at the tall, raised towers, the gargoyles that adorn the edges, the spiked roofs, the dark stone and wood that makes these buildings, the intricate stained glass that makes the windows, the lights that flicker through them that show candle and torch, the screams of agony, of pain. Your eyes are drawn to a shadowy figure at the far end of the bridge. Their features indistinguishable from that of just shadow. But those eyes bring with them death. Red, flaring eyes that stare at you as if staring beneath a cowl. Look at you. their hands outstretched to both sides, long, reaching fingernails dripping with gore and viscera. The freshly dead lay at their feet, choking on their blood. You raise your blade, but again, it is not yours. Roll me an insight check.
Oh boy.
Staring at the blade, its appearance is...
You know, I actually feel this is important. I would like to use my inspiration.
Sure. Let's see it. Mark it off your sheet, please.
Oh my god.
Oh,
It appears fate has decided. No. In this moment, there is an air of familiarity, but one you cannot place. The blade presented, the stance taken, you watch as the other hand comes up, presenting something you cannot see, pressed into their palm, hand outstretched towards the shadowy figure. You watch as they begin to cross, beginning to run towards the shadowy figure. Sprinting full speed, the wind wisping past them, they scream, a battle cry, a yell of anguish, of rage, lashing out. But your vision turns. The figure, the shadow, not looking at the person you are watching through, but at you, Marana Lamortia. Their face begins to take shape. Multiple shapes. Indistinguishable from one another until they begin to split and pull like threads. You watch as multiple figures begin to surround you. The last one to do so, Lord Samuel Hayne. A wicked sneer across his face as he calls you a monster. Another, some more indistinguishable from others, yet their features strike some resemblance to your own. You hear their wisdom. Some speaking to you as if you're here, others speaking as if giving lectures. But they surround you, as if drawn to you, like moths to a flame. What is the first skill you'd like to gain proficiency in?
well. On my sheet, I took athletics. So these voices surrounding her, these beings born of the shadow, enveloping her now, not whomever she was before. She needs to run.
That sneer on Hayne's face transitions. It mirrors your own. A desire to flee, to run. You feel stronger. Your legs able to carry you further. You begin to run. You begin to flee. Passing through the grasping hands of these figures, these shadows, desperate for you to stay. Desperate to hold you. To take who you are. To be you. And you run. And the rest of your dream you are spent running. Fleeing. As the voices chase you. As the screams fill your ears. as the scent of blood lingers. So with your phantom ability, you took athletics?
Yes, because I did a load of climbing.
Then it is the spirit of Lord Samuel Hayne, the
Lovely.
recently slain. Very fitting. Sildero.
Yes.
Having bested the orcs, the strength that surges through you, that flare of golden light that shone itself through your scales of tattoos. It is with happiness and comfort in your heart that you lay down. You, unlike mortals, do not need to sleep. You need only rest your mind for a moment. But here, that seems different. Your vision changes. It's almost as if you're standing, walking. The faint scuffs of your feet against the stonework. You seem to be walking around a cave. There's laughter. Sourceless, but laughter. An air of excitement through this place. Figures, multiples, clad in furs and leathers. Studs adorning their armor, crude weapons of war. A dozen, maybe more. All branded with the same symbol upon their coats. Some strange blue coloration as they march up the length of the cave. You hear the desperate plea. Oh my god, Alex, could decide to stop working. Hold on.
Collapse it. Destroy it.
A surge of adrenaline rushes through your person. You've prepared for this moment. You just now realized. This is why you're here. Collapse the cavern. Stop them from getting to her. Roll me an athletics check. Your hands, you realize, smaller than before. Pull on one of the supports. Desperation in your feet as they kick and try to find purchase on the ground.
Please.
I don't like the sound of that. I'll change that in a moment, sir. You hear the desperate cry. You hear the approaching laughter. Give me one more athletics. It's now that you realize you're screaming. Frustration, rage, anger, sadness, all of these emotions that have been bubbled up inside of you, now made manifest as they rip their way from your chest, as you pull, the support snapping finally, giving way. The rocks crack, a thunderous slam that falls through them as you hear screams from the raiders, from those who would seek to destroy her. The cavern collapses. Their cries are muted, crushed beneath earth. You've saved her. You hear the heaving breath of the figure behind you. But you can't make out the shape. I mean, insight check. The dust settles. Closing your eyes, you see now a figure of golden scales, wings pressed tightly to their back, blood secreting from the wound on their side. Fitfully, one of their claws is pressed to it, trying to stem the bleeding. Their long neck craned to one side, eyes fixated on you. As their sadness, their hesitation is replaced with happiness. The figure who bestowed you your scales. You feel a sense of elation, of joy, as the figure holds out their claw. Large as it is, almost extended like one would offer a hand towards you, Sildero.
Heart rate pounding in her ears as she steps away from the cave-in. She would immediately go to them.
Running to them, there is that smile that crosses those draconic features, as hard as it is to tell what a smile truly is for a being so large. But you hear their thanks, the happiness that flows from their voice as they look to the collapsed cavern. Gently, the claw turns, and you hear the words, "I promised." The claw very gently pressing to your forehead. But here, the sensation is different. Here, the scenery changes. You are stood atop a mountain. The golden dragon, wings outstretched, looks older, if such a thing could even happen for a dragon. 2 claws, one pressed to your forehead, one pressed to your abdomen. Gentle in the touch, yet enormous in size. Pulled back. The cold wind rushing and whipping around you, replaced with the warmth of their breath as they talk, the roiling flames in the back of their throat. There will come a time where your mind will break free of the protections granted, of the burden I have lifted. That time is soon, child. I cannot prepare you for what you will understand. But know that should you wish for me to take them from you once more, you need only ask.
Sildero furrows her brow of confusion on her person. You know that I'll do anything you ask.
I know, child. I am sorry. The claws pull back, and for a moment your mind is struck with a pain. One that racks the side of your head as beautiful colors begin to fill it. colors of blue and yellow. The whipping of the flag through the air, a symbol indistinguishable, however. But the colors, those are the most prominent. Yuria. I believe that's who's next. Yes, with Kellen last. Yuria.
Mm-hmm.
A calm settles on you. But not a normal calm. Like the calm before a storm. Your dream, if you could call it such a thing, is that of you stood atop an unmoving ocean. The waves broken only by your steps. The moon, pitch black, devoid of light or coloration save for the glow that holds its edges. That familiar teal, as you are bathed in its light. And as the light casts over you, your attention is drawn to what is moving beneath the ocean. You realize now it is not the water that is dark, but the shadow cast by the being beneath you. Tendrils pull and you watch as the shadows depart. The water is taking the coloration of teal, and then purple. You watch as it shifts and moves beneath you, like that of the swirling abyss, until it settles, and eyes open. 1, 2, a dozen, if not more, opening all at once and staring at you, Yuria Zairi.
There's that sort of soothing calm, this familiar coloration, one that has been with her for a while now. It seems like she's almost about to ask a question, and then the colors shift to that deep purple, and whatever she was going to say is stifled. This consternation filling her features, this sudden worry. She looks around for somewhere to go.
Around you, there is no horizon, only the endless expanse.
She looks down at the being, the thing under the water. I used to be soothed by this color. That color that was with me for so long. My guiding light. But I have seen it in the hand of my enemies, used against me. Now I see you. What are you?
for all that there is.
You cut out.
Which part?
I think just the last part. I'm guessing you said all that came, all that there is.
Correct.
Okay.
The figure shifts again, almost as if growing smaller or growing more distant as it sinks beneath the waves, until you too are brought beneath the waves. A tendril lashing up from the water, grasping at your legs and pulling you under.
There was an attempt to scream.
Your scream is nothing more than a gurgle, as water rushes to fill your lungs. The water is completely black. Your sense of up and down completely gone. Until that light, that brilliant teal glow, reveals itself from your blade.
She unsheaths it, clutching it closely.
There is much and more. You, child of the moon, born of foul magic. You will be my vessel to snuff the light.
You feel a weight on the blade. Something as if pulling it down. Just at the edge. Wreathed in that same moonlight glow, a familiar tome, pierced by Goggalad. This one begins to pull itself away from the blade. You watch as tendrils seemingly from nowhere, from the edges of your vision, lash and grab at it, constricting, tightening. You watch as it turns. The coloration changed. The symbols shifting and holding with them that same moonlight glow.
Your power grows as mine does. Seek more instruments of power. Seek the source of the flame, of the light, and snuff it out. Sacrifice the light, Yuria.
A new tome is pushed towards you. Symbols you cannot read, ever moving, ever shifting in this darkness.
She says nothing, but she reaches for the new tome, the only other source of light in this darkness.
Fingers outstretched, you touch. The tome in your mind is filled with an image. The image of a serene lake. Of a woman clad in silks, palms pressed together as she holds a strange, silver flame. The vision is gone just as quickly as it comes. You find yourself stood on top of the ocean once more, Goggalad at your waist, the tome hanging from your hip. And the deep rumbling sound of the beast beneath you, eager to be free. Kellen.
Hello.
Kellen, roll me a wisdom save.
Right off the bat.
Dead.
12.
Your vision is filled with a blinding light. Your eyes bleary, forcing you to reach up and rub at them, until eventually all is made clear. Around you, white stoned buildings, beautiful, with lush, verdant forests that push up between the buildings, that roll down the various hills you are stood upon. You see countless, numerous flowers, vibrant in color, blues, greens, reds, yellows, moving and swaying in the wind as it pushes past you. Your clothes are different, finely made of these strange silks and cloth that hold to your person in a very comforting way, a mantle resting on your shoulder, a blade at your waist. You see the outstretching city before you, the landscape dappled with buildings, towers. Behind you, large segmented walls made of similar white stone, connecting each to a tower, a figure, a statue looming in height, larger than any you've seen, larger than some mountains. Beautiful carved figures adorned with weaponry, bow, sword, shield, outstretched towards the sky, outstretched towards the horizon. And then you hear it. A cry at first, distant, and the ringing of a bell. This repeated ringing that it continues to echo, matched now by another segment of the wall, and matched by another segment of the wall. You watch as the clouds above, sparse as they were, now begin to darken, pulling themselves inwards, the last rays of sunshine being forced at bay. You watch as the ocean's waters, lapping at the beaches of your home, begin to darken and begin to rise and begin to flood the city that you are staring at. The screams of the people you watch as they are forced into their homes, drowned by the encroaching darkness that consumes them. You hear the cries of soldiers as figures made of strange shadows, twisted beastmen, morlings, begin to rise from the ground, clawing their way at the soldiers, cutting them down. These are unlike any you've ever seen. These demons march upon your home. And yet you stand. You do not move. Your hand resting along the pommel of your blade, fingers curled there. You realize your skin is partially weathered, older. Rings decorate your fingers. Beautiful gems intricate carves of stone that form swords and shields that decorate your fingers. And you strum your fingers as if impatient, gripping this well-made blade. You look to your right and watch as vessels attempting to flee are consumed in the same darkness. There's a laughter in your throat, but it's not your own. It is a strange, aged laugh. Roll me an insight check.
Insight check. 15.
There is one name that comes to this figure's mouth as it says, "May Thorleir be bathed in new light." The darkness now beginning to swell, consuming the hills and trees. You watch as leaves are pulled from the boughs, leaving them bare, outstretched towards the sky as if screaming, yet unable to. The vision ends when you yourself, this figure, are bathed in darkness, their laughter persisting even till the end, as Thorleir falls. And you wake up.
Sort of a startling awake, I'm sure.
All of you wake up to a new day.
Sildero has been up for a while, like 4 hours, and just cleaning her blade.
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Woo!
Sweet. Does this constitute a long... Actually, I should ask you after. So, yeah, let's do a bit of that.
Put a pin in that. Save my notes. Save my notes.
I need your height, Kellen.
6'4".
I'm a large boy. Large mans.
He is tall.
Cute.
If I had to guess, we're all gonna be lined up in the artwork like.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Mayhappers. It's great. So I had this really sick idea. You know how Caleb's personal art has that like big area down below where his like cloak is?
Uh-huh.
For each of his campaigns, I'm gonna have the artists like line them up underneath him.
Oh, wow. That'd be cool.
Neat. This is who he has got over it currently.
This is who he has got a dominion over.
These are the ones he gets to murder.
My puppets.
Are the brownies cool? Of course they're not.
Put it in the window. That cold air cooling.
I don't have a windowsill from which to place brownies.
Charlatan.
I have a fucking condo. There's not a lot of big windows here. Unless I just put it out on the freaking porch. I'm not doing that. There's like possums and shit out there.
There's fucking monsters outside.
There's critters. And I don't want my dessert stolen. I already have to contend with my critters in the house.
Oye, Diem.
Hello.
Tengo una pregunta.
Excuse me?
I have a question.
What's your question?
Did the rest constitute a long rest or short rest, cabrón?
Stop talking like that and I'll tell you.
So did we have ourselves a long rest, or
Yes.
what's going on?
Obviously.
Very good.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be level
Yay.
3.
Yay, I'm not almost dead anymore.
I'm just gonna press the button. Press the
Angie.
button.
Can't.
Day.
If you
I
try
was
this,
close to
it will kill you.
death.
Honk honk.
Honk.
But congratulations to everybody.
We did a heckin' role play.
Yes, good.
Gracias, DM.
You're welcome.
Nada.
Someone get the holy water. He's speaking in tongues again.
All demonic incantations are, in fact, in Spanish.
I knew it. Can't fool me.
Let's see. This is for Sabine. This is for Alaric. Who else saw visions of people?
I definitely saw people.
You saw a lot of people.
Saw something, all right.
Uh-oh. Ed is on to me. He's gonna tell the cult, Ed, don't do it, I'll stop. Lo prometo, carnal.
¿Dónde está mi biblioteca?
I see we have 2 exorcisms to perform.
Save us. Don't diminish Sabine's glory. She didn't just punch Alaric, she knocked his ass down to the ground twice.
Toppled the mountain.
She also successfully made Silril pout, so that's something.
Isn't she pouting all the time in her anger and sternness?
No?
I didn't mean to make her pout. It's not my fault he's got a weak jaw.
Damn.
Ooh. Ooh. Them's fighting words. Hit him again.
Yeah, do it again. It'll be fine.
Be fine. He chunky boy. He good.
That's really fucking mean, what you just said.
Mm.
The fuck's your problem?
So many things.
Yeah, I mean, the list is expansive. Shall we go on?
Yes, list them out for me. I want to talk shit.
Rude.
Ooh, that's a fancy lad.
That's the Exarch.
Nice.
That's both of the
Nice.
Exarchs.
Mm.
He's so pretty.
Oh, you know, I killed that boss on the first try.
Good. You know there's a second version?
Yeah.
Long pause.
So Alaric didn't close its eyes with his fingers. He latched onto the eyelids and leaned them shut.
He would have had to.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I saw the...
He would have fucking...
Just pulling those over the eyelids like a really like wet comforter. Just
I picture
Just
them rolling
have to
up
hop
like
onto them like a kitchen table counter thing.
I picture them rolling up like blinds.
Yo, sick beer. When are we gonna kill it?
Who knows?
I'll fucking
Oh.
kill you. Little shit. Kill my big elf daddy. Motherfucker. Shithead.
He's already dead.
Hey,
only half dead.
No.
so long.
Oh.
He said that he, with his last breath, he gave the mote to him.
his last taken breath, but his spirit yet lives so long as the flame cracks and feeds.
Nah, that shit
He's
dead.
dead.
Were you not paying attention?
Jesus
None
Christ.
of you were paying attention.
He's dead. He's very dead. Dead,
We can
dead,
kill
him,
dead.
You're all brain dead. Does that count as being dead? You're all brain dead. Dead brain.
Legally,
Well, Lex
yes.
brain is dead too.
Baby brain dead.
Dead,
Dead
dead,
brain.
dead. He's dead.
Brain
dead,
dead,
dead, dead, dead, dead, dead, dead, dead.
Jesus.
Brain dead. Dead brain.
He's dead.
Corpse brain.
Dead.
Mushy. Accumulation of dead brain.
Dead.
I hope you guys enjoyed. You won't be getting anything like that ever again.
No, fuck, why?
I mean, we're not going to get that level 4 and level 5
No.
and level 6.
I'm also fucking with you.
Oh, so we
That's
will
not
get that
nice.
level 4 and level 5 and level 6.
No, God, no.
Why not?
You don't get something as big as taking your pact or your oath or your weird spirits that try to take your face.
What about when I multi-class? Or I get sorcery points?
No.
Or I don't know.
Listen, man, it's all downhill from here, alright?
Well, like hitting your 30s, right? It just goes downhill from there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on now.
Sorry, Tristan.
Rise.
You're dying.
I mean, we all are. Just, very slowly. Most of the time.
Really?
Most of the time.
Everything moves towards its end. It just so happens you're closer to it than the rest of it.
I hate you right now.
So technically, you
never
don't
said
know.
It was you. Who knows?
So technically, you don't know that.
Hey, are you wishing a car hits me or something? What's going on?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, you're just saying. No, you're implying. Fuck
I
that.
am implying
You're
a car
implying.
could hit you
Yeah, that's
very
what you're
easily.
implying. You're implying that a fucking piano could pierce the heavens and land on my head.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
You could in fact be taken out by a toilet seat falling from the International Space Station. That
I
could
see
happen.
that you are a problem child. Yeah?
Indeed.
Indeed. Fuck that.
As much as you can fuck the concept of death.
Why do you have it that your arrows come back on a long rest, Kellen?
I don't know. I don't think that's something I intentionally did, unless that might have been a D&D Beyond nonsense.
Wait a minute, did you put your arrows as a resource?
Yeah.
That might be why, especially if long rest is checked there.
It's not checked, though.
I just unchecked it. It was checked.
I just tabbed it. That must have been a misclick. That's dumb, though. Okay. That's not something I would have done intentionally, obviously.
Just got
Weird.
scratched. It sucked.
Who used their inspiration today? Sabine and Sildero?
Me. Sildero and Marana. So, I really wanted to know whose fucking sword that was. Out of character, I think I
Dude.
know.
Dice were like, hey, fuck you. How about that?
Yeah. My dice have not been kind lately. But we'll be nice to them. We'll make an offering to RNGesus.
I mean, you could also change, like, the skin, right? That's like getting new dice.
Yeah, it's just I don't know how to do that to make it look cool. Every time I change it, it looks dumb as hell.
Takes a lot of fucking with. You just gotta sit there and mess with it a while, is all.
All right. Is everybody back?
Indeed.
Sildero, Alaric,
Mm-hmm. Oh, but yeah.
Yep.
Yuria.
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. With everybody here, awoken from your dreams, a new day is about, the 26th of God's night. Who would like to roll for the events of today?
Ooh. That sounds like cursed content.
I can smell the fear in this silence. Do you people want me to do it?
I'll do it. What am I rolling?
D100. The day is yours. It passes uneventful. You're free to do what you wish as you make another stretch towards the south shores of the Ettenmoor. Is there anything any of you would like to do today with your new powers?
I'm assuming we're expediting the day with, like, sweeping explanations.
You're more than welcome to.
Okay, then I shall be the first to dip my toes into this water. I think if there is ever an opportunity for Alaric to get involved in any sort of rambunctiousness, you get into it. Any feuds, any brawls, anything like that, any wrestling, you get in on that. He try to make not necessarily just friends with the orcs, but rather build a bond through that shared culture of violence and strength and hardiness, right? He will try to steal ale whenever he can and drink it, if possible. And that's it, really. That'll be his day.
All right. Anybody else?
Having awoken, perhaps even more pale than last night, I'm assuming the book would be lying upon her.
Yep.
She's gonna glance around, look, see if anyone else noticed, see who's awake, who isn't. She'll probably spend most of the day downstairs in the quarters, perusing through her newfound tome.
And just for the class's sake, what cantrips did you pick?
Guided, Vicious Mockery, and Spare the Dying.
Cool. Anybody else?
Sabine would wake up and rub her eyes looking around, those two very prominent green eyes replaced by two orbs of gold. Slightly glowing, she's just kind of looking around, looking to see who's up. She hasn't noticed gold streaks in her hair yet, until she opens the mirror, almost dropping it to her shock. She's gonna pull her hair up in a bun and kind of avoid eye contact for a hot second as she goes up to kind of peruse with the orcs and see what everybody's up to.
Okay.
Marana is visibly shaken when she wakes up, kind of not even noticing Yuria's new book or kind of commenting on Sabine. She's just, the rest of the day, she's incredibly jumpy and always kind of looking around for something she swears she could see or hear just on the periphery of her vision. She's very jumpy and spends most of the day above deck, in the light.
I think Kellen would be on deck as much as possible, trying to learn, specific sailor knots to add to his own knowledge of rope craft and whatnot. Trying to converse with various orcs or trying to speak words that are, trying to learn more of the language essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, like, he greets the rest of the party whenever he sees them. And with Sabine, you know, with her change in appearance, he kind of lingers a little longer and is like kind of a squint, like, what the? And for Marana, seeing shaken, you know, he tries to give her space, but checks on her occasionally to make sure that she doesn't need anything or anything like that.
Sildero would be above deck, with... Oh god, what instrument did I take? I think I took a lute.
I don't think we have any loots unless they have some on the ship. That'd be cool, though.
Well, those are my personal effects that we found in Keep.
Look at you. I didn't have one. Cute.
Get fucked.
I lost
Don't
Jesus
grow up
Christ.
as a... I get fucked. I grew up as an entertainer. Not my fault. You traded yours. Unfortunate.
I lost mine because I had to make makeshift lockpicks out of the strings.
You're over there, like, destroying yours, and Silder's just, like, sneakily holding hers on her back in between the flail and the Zweihander.
Like, you can't touch my loot. You already broke one.
Yeah, fuck all that, bro. And she would be, writing, writing in a book if she could get one. She would ask for some kind of leather-bound book if they had it. Unless my Explorer's pack... Does my Explorer's pack have a journal? I don't know what comes in that shit.
I do not believe so, no. But high or low?
High.
There doesn't appear to be, at least, nothing like that on the vessel. Though, it's more so, like, loose, like, turned over, what was previously used to, like, retain information about prisoners. It's like a clipboard with a bunch of paper that has writing on one side, so you're able to turn them over and write on that if you wanted.
No, she'd probably...
Steal a ledger harder, I guess.
She would, be playing her lute and taking immaculate care of her armor. Hyper fixating like a bitch on this armor and the phrase of her like fabric, and using prestidigitation to kind of clean them and shine them and make the colors brighter, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, also, we got Comprehend Languages Unseen Servant as a ritual spell. Because we took the Book of Ancient Secrets invocation. Smile.
You got what,
You're saying
sorry?
we, and it's creepy as fuck.
We did this.
What else did you get, sorry?
I got the ritual invocation. The one that lets you cast rituals.
Oh, okay.
So that got me 2 other spells. From the book.
Which ritual spells are you taking?
Comprehend Languages and Unseen Servant.
All right. Make sure those are marked on your sheet.
They are.
Alaric, roll me a persuasion check.
All right.
Eventually you manage to persuade some of the orcs to wrestle and sort of banter and fight. It's very, like, again, it's some that have, like, the one that has super broken common is just sort of, it's more so an expression of, like, happiness and the like is what gets across, not so much actual words.
And I'd like to point out that in a sort of noble pretentiousness that he cannot help, at no point does Alaric try to understand their language. Rather, he forces them to try and understand his common, his Eurasian common, right?
Sure.
Like him educating them.
Hold on.
Man about to roll at disadvantage.
Well, yeah, I'd like to specify. The songs she would be singing are in Elven, and one in Giant for those who speak it.
Try as you might, they are struggling to retain any of the words you're saying.
What?
However, Kellen, roll me an intelligence check. You are also struggling to retain the orcish that is being spoken to you.
My rolls are great.
But there is that camaraderie that is still there. The sort of kinship that is forming between the Grimtooth orcs and these band of adventurers. Marana, eventually you are offered like the crow's nest. Seeing your sort of skittishness, the orc up there, perhaps the smallest of the bunch, looking the youngest, is the one that offers it to you, speaking orcish and sort of gestures to the rigging and everything like that, giving you a place to hide.
At first, Marana's like not sure, like trying to gesticulate that she doesn't know how to sail, but probably know after some more gesticulating back and forth, kind of gets the idea that it's a place to kind of be alone, and eventually she kind of examines how the hell you're supposed to get up there.
Well, you could cheat. Or you would know from having seen them move up and down the rigging.
Mm-hmm.
That's how.
You could, I don't know, use your weird vampire spider climb bullshit. Just climbs up with all four legs.
That's what I meant by cheating.
At 4 legs? I don't need 4 legs anymore.
Yeah, she doesn't
with
need
our
her
2
hands
legs,
anymore.
just straight up walking up it, and we're just like, what the fuck?
But she
Wife
won't
is
do
sick
that.
lady, by the way.
But she won't do that. She will follow as they've been doing, climbing the rigging with, again, surprising ease, but taking it slow, purposefully.
My aching body.
My bullshit. Ah. Sick my ass.
But yeah, she'll eventually kind of make her way up there, kind of just listening to the not quite distant, but not quite close by music performed by Sildero, and just trying to collect her bearings. Like, it was just a nightmare. It was just some kind of dream. And just attempt to self-soothe herself.
Mm-hmm. Give me just a moment.
Oh, hate that.
Oh, I hate that for you.
Lord Haynes spawns from her brain.
You beat me to it.
He's back.
As you're stood, sort of peering from the crow's nest and sort of trying to catch your breath, it almost feels like a hand on your shoulder, this weighted palm.
Around expecting to see an orc, frankly.
There's no one.
She forces herself to take a shaky breath. Still kind of looking around, looks down the rigging.
You would hear, almost like being caught on the wind.
What's the matter, monster? Scared?
But just as quickly as it appears, it fades.
I just want you to know that you picked this subclass.
Mm-hmm. And from there, she spins around a couple more times, nearly. She hits kind of like the edge, and that kind of shakes her out of her daze, looking around until she just kind of crumples her knees to her chest, just out of earshot of the rippling winds above her, and just pulling at the edges of her dress, holding her knees close. It's just a dream. I have to shake it. I will. It's just a dream.
It's hard to tell if it's the wind or your own mind that sounds like laughter. A deep, booming laughter. Unless there's anything else for today, the day comes and goes. You all eventually find respite on the second deck of the ship, in your hammocks. Dinner is made, food is had, baths are done. Thus starts the next day, the 27th of God's Night. Technically, your third day at sea. Who would like to roll for today?
I'll do it.
Let's see it. D100, please.
The Kraken.
42. Okay. Give me a moment.
The Kraken.
Roll me another D100.
Oh, shit, it's the Kraken.
Okay. Please place yourself where you are on the boat. On the new day.
Why?
No reason.
Oh, okay.
Watching the tokens turn around. Marana, do you make your way back into the crow's nest?
If it is offered and available, and she still feels hounded, yeah, she might go there to hide for a bit.
Sure. What skill did you pick today?
Well, I don't feel like she knows quite how to change it yet. So I still think she's trying to figure that out. So she's still being harried. So athletics is still.
Oh no. Okay.
Until I pick up another one, which I can also change during a short rest.
Kellen, that's where you're at?
Yeah, he likes the prow area.
Okay.
I'm on a bench with a load. What's that? I think that's a bench. That's a bench, right?
No.
Okay, what is it?
It's a part of the wall.
Oh, well, I'm on that.
Sure, you're leaning against the wall?
That looks like it has room to sit on. Doesn't that have room?
It does not.
What the fuck? Misrepresentation of my situation.
You're leaning against the wall being a cool guy.
Do you make this map, punk? That's what I thought.
I just think it's kind of strange.
You die first. All right.
She'd be leaning, sitting on something at least that looked maybe like a barrel she dragged over. but it would be in this area.
Okay. The orcs moving about. Going about their day. It's rather lazy today. But you hear it. Distant, almost. Strange, almost. You hear... It sounds like singing.
Oh no.
Melodic song. I need everybody to roll me a wisdom save. If you're of half-elf descent, please roll it with advantage.
Only half-elf?
Half-elf or elf?
Also-
You have Fey ancestry, so you're fine.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say.
You what?
Lady!
Just finer than most.
Kellen and Sildero.
I thought you... Okay. I thought you said you didn't mean for me... Okay.
No, I said you roll with advantage. Ooh. Everybody but Marana. Marana, you are enraptured by this song.
Comforting.
It is comforting. It almost puts your mind at ease. The laughter, the mocking laughter of Lord Samuel Hayne, gone for the moment and replaced with the song. The rest of you hear it and are not pulled towards it, but are drawn to it. The singing that's growing louder. Everybody roll me a perception check. Except for you, Marana.
Oh.
You would see even some of the orcs, most of the orcs, are turned towards the sound. Their expression laxed, features partially droop to one side as they listen, enamored by the song. Those of you who aren't, however, hear the beating of wings. Multiple wings.
Not sirens.
As creatures with strange bird-like legs, long talons reaching from their clawed feet, wings along their back, flapping now as loose feathers begin to fall, hands curled. You see one of them is singing, the others have this grin on their face, their lips pulled up unnaturally far, almost towards the edges of their ears, with long, jagged teeth, as you are descended upon by beasts. It's initiative.
Sildero, I want to run it on all your nuggets.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. French, Monty Python. Hello?
I'm writing it down.
Oh, what the
Kniggets. They call the knights kniggets in Monty Python. It's hilarious.
I thought that was pretty funny, yeah. Your mother was a hamster. Your father smelt of elderberries.
I couldn't pronounce knight.
Fetch a lavash. What? Your lavash. No.
Why isn't my initiative rolling?
Hold on. I'm setting up the
God,
monsters.
He doesn't have the combat started yet. That's fine.
I want to ride.
As a flock of harpies descend upon the party.
Fucking duck. I don't want to roll anymore. Ma, them strange birds are outside again. Nobody's listening. Fuck!
Sorry, my main foundry is lagging really bad because my CPU is continuously maxed out because my computer is dying.
Soon, TM, we will fix it.
And with that, roll your initiative. We're gonna put on.
Ooh, we're getting attacked by
This one
women
sounds
with
fun.
huge bosoms and wings.
Nah, we'll put on. Ooh, that one. We'll adjust. Top of the initiative, Dame Sabine.
All right. They have wicked grinning teeth, and they are not good looking. So first thing she's going to do is, with one action, I am going to Oath of Devotion. Hold on, I'm looking for it here. Is what we're doing.
Okay. Describe how your weapon becomes emblazoned.
With the creatures surrounding and ensuing and looking predatory, she would don her shield and her rapier, but as she pulls the rapier out, this kind of golden light flames mixed almost with rose petal, all completely light, but the flames kind of flow, kind of like water. Best way to describe it, those who have played Diablo, the angels, how that fire's kind of liquid. It just flows down her weapon and she locks eyes with one. And she'll say in Celestial, "Come at me."
Okay. The ones currently off the port side are still floating in the air. They're descending. There is one that is currently on the deck already. It's this one right here.
She'll move to it.
All right. That was your action. Some of your movement. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Sildero.
All right. Okay. How far up is this one?
Which one? Oh, it is currently it's like about 5 feet off from that edge of the ship.
Okay. She will. Let's see. Oh, I didn't mean to move myself. I was trying to count it. Sorry.
You can hit space, and it'll hold that point, and then you can move it again.
Okay. And I don't. How does a vertical jump span in this?
What are you trying to do?
She will don the Zweihander and try to leap at it upward with a attack.
Oh, like a standing jump?
Kind of, yeah. She's just like jumping up, trying to hit it with her really long blade.
I'll say roll me an athletics check and we'll see. Did it just... It did. What a cool, fun time. 16? Yeah, you're totally fine. You're able to leap up and swing.
Sick.
What a sad, sad day.
Okay.
23 hits.
I didn't
sorry.
roll 23.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
correct.
No. There we go. Sorry.
21 hits. 13 points of
And
damage.
using one of my psionic die. Exciting. I will use psionic strike and propel my weapon deeper into them.
Okay, post that card for me.
I can't because it's not actually on my sheet. It's a part of the psionic warrior tab. So let me add it, and I guess I didn't get it added individually. Let me grab it. It,
For stuff like your psionic die, you'll probably have to make individual cards.
okay, it's essentially, it says here, I'll push this card instead. Once you hit a target within 30 feet of you, deal damage to it with a weapon you can extend, rolling dealing force damage to the target equal to the number rolled plus your intelligence.
Sure. And I believe your psi die is a d6, right?
I don't know how to tell that.
Yes, represented by your psionic energy die. Read your glass stuff, please. By a d6 plus your intelligence modifier. So an additional 3 points of damage. All right.
I don't know if that counts. Does my great weapon fighting mean I can re-roll that since I rolled a 1?
No, that is your weapon die specifically.
Okay,
This is
I
your
just
class
didn't
die.
know.
Yeah. But describe what that looks like. This is your first time using these awakened psionic powers. So what does it look like?
Yeah, it is, it's not even her mind really choosing to do it. It's having had that very recent memory, this dream in her head. It would give her this still sense of like subconscious urgency. And so as she bounds forward, nearly pushing Alaric behind her in a protective stance, she will pull down the Zweihander to her side and leap, plunging into the ribcage from below.
There's this almost very visceral scream that is part woman, part beast that is forced from the chest of this creature. It almost causes your ears to ring with how sharp the sound is. All right. I believe that is your action, your movement, and bonus?
I don't know if that's a
Bonus action.
It does not
just
look
says
like it is. Do you have anything you can do for your bonus?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Sorry.
Okay.
Not right now, anyway.
That's your turn. It is one of the Grimtooth orcs. It is this one. It begins moving into the embrace of the harpy. And you watch as it reaches its claws up and sort of digs them into their shoulder. And if uninterrupted, will fly away with this orc. It is the harpy's turn.
Shame.
The one in front of Sabine. It is going to make 2 attacks. One with its claws and one with this crude looking club that it has. Ooh, 12 does not hit. Neither does a 10. Both of them striking and clashing against your shield as you raise it up.
As Sabine lowers it, there's gonna be a... Alright. Hostility confirmed.
Very much so, as the one now comes behind you. Seeing that you are a thorn, a problem. And it's going to try and take you away. I need a contested grapple check. So athletics or acrobatics versus its. That's an 18 versus your 20. The claws gripping onto your chainmail begin to almost try and lift you off of the deck, but you're sort of pull yourself free, managing to be just too slippery, the claws grasping at nothing. That is its turn. It is Torug's turn. Torug is going to engage with one arm. So he's going to roll his great axe at disadvantage.
Kept the eye.
Of course it did.
My man.
That's a natural 20 and 13. Which hits. Doing 8 points of damage. Let's see. Tura does have multi-attack. He's going to attack again. An 8 does not hit, however. This time, them sort of beating their wings, harrying Turug causes axe to sink into the side of the ship. He wrenches it free. Yuria.
How much do I know about harpies and the way they work?
Ooh. Roll me a... We'll call this Arcana. $13. You know that harpies are predatory creatures. They generally hit and run. But that's about it that you know.
So I wouldn't know about the whole singing thing.
Oh, not with a 13, no.
Understood. All right, in that case, we're going to help out. We're going to help out, I guess, the orc that's about to get fucking nabbed, because he's
This
very
one?
funny. Yeah. When you say intervene, can I just shoot at him, or do I have to, like, go over there and pry him loose?
You can shoot at the harpy.
Good, because it's too far away from me, actually.
Yeah, basically what you're wanting to do is to do enough damage for them to drop who they're trying to grab.
Gotcha. All right, we're going to bonus action hex it.
Okay. What does your hex look like?
I don't know why. No damage, but it did. All right. So So I deal 1d6 necrotic damage to the target if I hit it. Also, it's going to have disadvantage on its strength checks.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully that prevents it from lifting some dude
It
up. Anyway,
definitely looks like it's struggling now. Like it's that sort of enervating energy causing the muscles and its very like thick legs to try and lift up, but you could see the visible strain.
nice. All right. We're going to take... Yeah, we're going to step over 30 feet this way, and then we're going to Eldritch Blast.
All right, right to its face.
Yep.
Let's see it. A 9
almost a 20.
does not hit, I'm afraid.
Shit.
Firing out that teal blast of eldritch energy, narrowly missing the wings and firing off into the distance before eventually fading. You watch as it rears its head towards you and hisses this very guttural sound.
That's the end of my turn.
All right. It is another Harpy's turn. The one in front of Sildero. It's going to make 2 attacks against you, Sildero.
Fuck me up, fam.
Understood. A 13 misses, though.
You are worthless.
And its claws. Ooh. If you would like, you can use a reaction to make an attack of opportunity, as it rolled a natural 1.
Hell yeah, I am.
That's it.
Let's go.
A 13 hits.
Where you going, baby?
16 points of damage.
Where you going?
God, my fucking computer. My computer is struggling. Baby, please just hold out a little bit longer. Can't even see it's... Okay, it's still alive. It looks mortal. That strike, you can see the ferocity in its eyes immediately replaced with fear. It looks like it's going to run. Which it does.
Can I contest to try to hold it in place? With
Uh,
my blade?
ooh.
Since it's inside of it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. What do
So
I...
this will be
what
your
do I roll?
athletics check versus its, as it tries to flee.
Oh.
Ooh. With a 12 plus 3 making it a 15, it wrenches free of your grasp and begins to fly. Far away, bleeding profusely. It looks fucked up. Like, it's like limp flying to one side, its wing barely managing to keep itself aloft. It's like crying, this like whimpering bestial sound.
Oh.
That is its turn. This Grimtooth orc begins to make its way towards one of the Harpies and present itself.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh.
This Grimtooth joins Turug in the fray.
Yo, we're on a ship full of monster fuckers. What the fuck?
It's going to make its great axe attack.
They're all horny.
That hits.
No.
17, dealing 14 points of damage.
Okay, that's true.
You watch as one of the Harpies screams out as the orc slashes across its torso, causing it to recoil sharply. It is this. Ooh. Hey, are you actually prone, Alaric?
Alaric is sitting down and he's not even wearing his armor.
What?
Yeah, he's wearing a pair of soft and elegant black leather boots. He's wearing slim-fitting silk trousers, and he's got a plain, soft, and airy rumpled silk shirt, aka his comfortable, noble clothing.
One of them descends upon you. And it's going to make 2 attacks. You sat down, look up, and watch as a winged woman with these these gnarled claws lash out, trying to claw into your chest and neck.
Jackpot.
Indeed.
What is your dexterity modifier?
I believe my AC is 11.
A 12 hits. Your
Women are falling from the sky.
Ooh. If you're actually, because you're prone, it would be an advantage.
It would be.
Still hits 7 points of damage. It's then going to make its second attack against you. Tenderizing the meat with a natural 20.
Yup.
You are dealt another 9 points of damage. As the claws rake over the front of your chest, and as you're reeling, the club comes down, connecting with more force than Sabine's punch across the side of your temple.
Oh, Lord.
We dying cozy.
Kellen.
Okay. You said earlier like we were drawn to like the singing. Well,
correct.
Most of us weren't captivated by it. Is it the one? There's only one singing, and it's pretty obvious then.
Are you trying to discern more about harpies?
I'm just figuring out which one is singing at us. Yeah.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Doesn't have one done. This one. Better though.
20. You would know that harpies not only are predatory creatures, the same thing I told Yuria, but they do often attack vessels or coastal regions by luring sailors and crewmates and everything to the edges of their vessels, picking them up and flying off of them, while one of them maintains the song, this siren's call, and that one is currently on the main mast.
What's this one?
Correct.
Okay. Well, with that knowledge, let's see. I'm gonna move.
I'm gonna change the song.
I'm gonna move 20 feet here. And as a bonus action, I will cast Hunter's Mark on that one.
All right.
I should do the whole linking the card thing.
Shoot her.
There you go.
Additional D6 when you hit it with a weapon attack. All right.
And has it gone in initiative yet?
No.
Ooh.
You go right before it.
Well, then that's fun. Then I get advantage on it. Which is noise. Yeah, I will shoot it with my bow.
Let's see it.
On your first turn during combat, you have advantage on attack rolls against creatures that have not yet acted. Dope. Longbow.
27 hits.
Then an additional 1d6 for Hunter's Mark.
Indeed.
So 9.
What is total? All right, give me just a second. Ooh. It continues singing.
Damn.
On its turn, we'll see if that continues or not. But even as you strike at the song, there's like a discordant break in the song for just a moment before it continues. Its head staring at Marana, whips to look at you.
I'll give it a little two-fingered salute. Naughty, naughty.
Right.
That's so good. Fucking. I like the things that it narrated. You'd say that.
Anything else on your turn?
It's bonus action movement. I'm good.
All right.
Kellen went from slick to kinky in 2 seconds.
Let me roll.
Wait, purse?
Roll me. Do you have intimidation as a proficiency, Kellen?
No.
Would you like to do contested wisdom versus this harpy?
What does that do? Just
If you beat it, it'll flee effectively. It'll stop singing.
sure. Why not? Let's give it a shot.
All right.
So just roll
If
a
you
wisdom.
fail, you flee.
Because it's realizing a lot of you aren't charmed. And it doesn't like that idea.
Just
So roll
an
a wisdom.
ability check.
Yeah, just a wisdom check. Given that an 18 beats a 5, yeah, it's going to stop singing and begin trying to flee.
Straight up not having a good time.
If does it stop singing, does the one that's trying to mac on the orc up here, is that one also, does the orc stop being charmed at that point?
When it comes to their turns, yes.
Okay.
Those that are charmed will no longer be charmed.
Okay, cool. And Marana was also charmed, so great.
Correct. It's not Marana's turn yet. Alaric.
Good sir.
You have a harpy bearing down on you, tearing into your flesh and ruining your silks.
Indeed. Alaric will use 15 feet of movement to stand up. He will, in a panic, weaponize the bottle that is in his hand. And from what I read here, in improvised weapons, a small bottle is a 1d4, d3, plus 4 from my strength modifier. And I attack with a 20 with a -4 penalty due to it being an improvised weapon.
What
Something
the fuck
I
are
am
you
not-
reading?
The improvised weapon table.
Post that to me in DMs, but continue.
All right. So with this bottle, he will try to smash the harpy in the face. As a reaction. Let me put the dice together. It is 1d20 minus 4.
You heal it.
He super misses.
Jeez.
Whoosh, you swing so wide. You know what? You know what? I won't be a dick. Never mind. You miss.
Indeed.
Whoops.
And
I was going to say you throw the fucking bottle, but
Meant to hit the harpy, but the bottle went straight to my mouth.
Yeah, let me see what I can do with my bonus action.
wheels back around, catching yourself in the temple. The harpy, feeling so sorry for you, just puts you out of your misery.
Yeah, yeah, that's our turn.
All right. Nice.
Yeah.
This
Really putting
orc,
her back into it.
no longer bound by charm, rushes forward, realizing the situation, and makes an attack. An 11 misses. Actually, an 11 hits, because 11 is their armor class. The great axe whoosh, cutting into the harpy, causing it to squeal out in pain, as it realizes the one that was singing is no longer singing. Yo, what the fuck? This situation turned very poor very fast. That is the Grimtooth Orc's turn. Marana, you are no longer enraptured by the beautiful sound. The angelic women that you had seen beginning to descend upon the vessel, now their true forms revealed. Horrifying monsters that need slaying.
No, they're still pretty hot.
So taking a moment to take in the situation, frankly, one's fleeing, but the other one below is harrying Alaric.
Correct.
So Marana will descend the rigging. And can I get over here?
Let's see. Roll me... Actually. How, are you trying to hide? Hide your, penchant for speed?
No, my friends know that I'm a little bit more speedy when it needs to be.
Then yeah, you can get down there.
Okay.
I'll say it'll be half your movement.
Oh, sweet. Do. Move my token. Draw my rapier. And since Alaric is now standing up, flanking.
Correct. Get a +2.
So... Nope. Still taking off the song.
Indeed. Lunging forward, you try and strike at the harpy, but it's this almost bleary-eyed look where you have to shake it off first. It does have its reaction. It is going to use its reaction to try and claw at you. As you would also recognize, it is sort of realizing the situation, and it's a very poor situation. It also rolled a natural 20 for a 23 to hit.
Damn.
That is 11 points of slashing damage across your chest as the creature, sort of vile as it is, hisses very sharply in you. All right, that was your action. Do you have a bonus action or anything like that?
No, none that I'm going to use right now.
Understood. It is this harpy's turn. This harpy is going to try and grab the orc. It'll be contested athletics. Try as it might to lift the orc off. The orc sort of reaches its great axe up and shoves at the harpy, forcing it away. It is going to try and flee, of which Torug and the orc are going to try and take swings at it as it runs. That hits. Oh no, I rolled disadvantage for you. I'm sorry. You'd have hit. Ooh. Yeah, before it can even get away. You'd have watched as the axes cut along the length of its back, splitting its wings and sending it into the ocean. It is the harpy that is currently hexed who is going to try to flee as well. It realizes that its legs are failing it, and it's going to use its action to retreat. Fly as fast as its weak legs or weak wings can carry it. I see the little measuring stick.
I just want to see how far. Okay, yeah, no, it's still within hex range.
It is Spinebreaker's turn. Spinebreaker is going to use leadership. You hear him bellow from the helm as he's controlling it, bringing his axe up to slam it down into the wood of the ship as it reverberates outwards. All of you, as a reaction, may make a attack roll against a creature nearest to you, spell or otherwise.
How far is near?
Closest one to you, I guess.
Yeah, the closest one to you.
Okay, which one is it that we can make?
It would be this one for you.
I know. What are we supposed to make? Sorry.
Attack rolls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you were being provoked by Spinebreaker to basically, like, move and attack not on your turn.
Oh, move and attack or just attack?
If you have spells, you don't need to move.
I missed.
A 10 does just barely miss, I'm afraid. However, you are flanking, so you do get a +2.
Oh, neat.
16 hits. Marana?
I would like to smite it.
Okay.
Yep.
I was gonna say I was gonna take a swing, but nah, it's not gonna matter.
The bottle, huh?
I'd like to smite the harpy with the upturned Jack Daniels in my hand.
Post your smite.
I shall. It's called Divine Smite.
Oh my god. This man actually the Scotsman from TF2.
It is a 2d8, my good sir. It will take a first level spell. Love it.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Very well.
Roll your 2d8.
Boop. Eat it.
18, 11. It is still standing. What does your smite look like, though?
From the bottle? Well, here's the thing. From his hand erupts like an electrical surge that, as it travels through the bottle, just as it connects to the harpy's face, shatters it into an explosion of glass shards, using the bottle up for the smite and erupting on its face. More of like a backhand at the expense of the bottle.
All right. The bottle shatters as the energy fires out of it, sending glass and electricity up through it. Marana, it's still standing.
Yep, I'm gonna give it a shot.
Let's see it.
That will hit.
And absolutely it's. Oh, yes, your sneak attack, which is more than enough to kill it. As it had 9 hit points left. After
And this guy fleeing looks okay, right?
it has some damage taken to it. It has an arrow sticking out of it.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean by okay?
I just meant how it was looking with damage.
Ah.
Is it
It is
bloodied or no?
still very healthy.
Alright. Then makes no sense to use that. We'll save that. Or maybe I'll just use it and get that out of the way. Yeah, murmuring to herself, seemingly, she'll just murmur, "If you're going to stick around, you might as well be useful." And cast Wails of the Dead.
Oh god.
As it takes, that one over there takes necrotic damage as seemingly, almost as if, like, maybe another trick of the Harpies, the roaring voice of the recently deceased Lord Hayne seems to take the air.
You would see, as it moves, almost like the spray of the ocean that illuminates an invisible silhouette. You would see a figure with a great blade, whoosh, cutting through the air and striking the harpy. The bellowing laughter of Lord Samuel Hayne.
Do we all
And
hear that?
and disappearing into the
Yep.
mist.
As the strike connects, fading into nothing. Kellen, Sabine, and Yuria, you still have your attacks from Spinebreaker.
I am swinging with my rapier.
Which one?
The one that tried to pick me up. So I do believe that would be the one
behind
closest
you.
to the edge of the ship.
Yep. Let's see it. Yuria, which one are you attacking?
Neither. When Yuria hears fucking Hane, she's almost about to cast a blast at one of them, and then her attention swivels in the direction of the shout. And she's going to skip her reaction.
Okay.
Looking
14
for
hits.
Hane. Like the return of the dead man. Or maybe the mouth of the Duke. Whoever.
Is it a +3 to hit or a +3 to damage?
This one's the +3 to hit.
Gotcha. All right, well, that
So
definitely
it'd be a
hits.
17. And then I'm going to smite.
Okay. Let's see it.
Hey, Marana, did Alaric see anything associated with whales from the grave?
He just seemed to, like, over the din of battle and these screeching harpies, just seemed to, like, see where the other one went and murmured, and then suddenly it just happened. She didn't, like, point or anything like that. But
could he hear or whisper?
I'm trying. I'm hit and roll on the Divine Smite, and it just posts a card.
Yeah, you roll 2d because you don't have a card set up for it.
I'll leave that to the DM to decide. It was more just kind of like a under breath sort of situation.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't have heard her muttering at all. Especially not in
Wouldn't hear-
the throes of combat.
Very good.
Additional 12 points. What does your smite look like?
Her smite, the flames on her blade would kind of start moving at a more rapid pace. As she swings down, the kind of spectral flower petals would explode outward into the creature as well.
Okay. Kellen.
Of the two that are harassing Sabine, both of them have taken damage, or only one of them?
Only one. The one she just hit with the sort of spray of rose petals.
That one.
Yes.
I will. The one that I Hunter's marked isn't dead yet, so
It's flying away.
but I can't transfer. I don't think unless it dies.
I believe that's the case. Yes, it has to die.
Yeah, I believe it has to die. But regardless, I'll take a shot at this one, the one that she just hit.
Let's see it.
15.
15 hits.
Okay,
11
next.
points.
And Colossus Slayer. Hit a creature with a weapon attack. The creature takes an extra 1d8 damage if it's below its hit point maximum.
Absolutely.
I do this turn, so where's my 1d8? That's a d8. Oof, well.
Still counts for something. That is Spinebreaker Gorik's turn. Sabine.
I'm going to attack again, the one that I have been.
Let's see it. It looks mortal. A 12 hits.
And it still looks mortal, even with
It's
the 4.
it's still standing, though very weakly.
Not anymore, smite.
Sure?
Burning all them spell slots up.
Roll your 2d8. The 6 is more than enough to smote the bird.
Smiters in the chat.
As you strike, thrusting forward with the rapier, that through its back with your strike, your imbued weapon, you see the spray, not of blood, but of rose petals out of the back of its of the back of the wound, out towards the ocean. The creature, almost surprised, wide-eyed, grasping at the rapier, falls backwards, collapsing onto the stairs.
And she'll slowly turn to the other one.
Anything else?
And I'm gonna bonus action Where'd it go? Compel duel.
All right. This one?
Yep.
No survivors.
Post compelled duel for me.
It didn't do it. Give me 1 sec.
Wisdom saving throw. What's your spell save DC?
That would be 8 plus 13.
The creature is compelled. For the duration, has disadvantage on attack rolls against other creatures than you. Must make a wisdom save through each attempt to move to a space that is more than 30 feet away. Oh boy. So even if it tries to flee, it has to roll, which it will attempt to do. So,
Yep.
Sildero,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Okay.
After absolutely fucking eviscerating the harpy that got unfortunately caught between three of you.
How far away is this one?
From you, 25 feet. Do you have any ranged implements?
I do.
Oh, God.
Kind of. I just don't, this says other. So I don't know when I can use it.
What are you thinking of?
I was looking at telekinetic movement, but I don't know when I can. If I use that, I can also use an action. Because it's an other. I don't know which one it is.
You can move an object or a creature with your mind. As an action, you target one loose object that is larger or small, or one willing creature other than yourself. If you can see the target and is up to 30 feet of you, you can move it up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Alternatively, if it's a tiny object, you can move it to or from your hand. Either way, you can move the target horizontally, vertically, or both. Once you take this action, you can't do so again until you finish a short rest or long rest, unless you expend a psionic energy die to take it again. You target one loose object that is larger or smaller, or one willing creature other than yourself. So this would be something you can do to friendlies. If you want to try and pull the creature back to the ship, this will be contested wills.
Oh God.
I'll say, because this isn't part of the ability, if you want to try this, there is a risk. You might receive some mental backlash if it succeeds. However,
Wait.
if it fails, you will pull it. What's up?
No, sorry. One.
If it succeeds, you'll receive some mental backlash because this isn't how the ability operates. However, if it fails, you will pull it back towards the vessel and suffer no mental backlash.
God. Yeah, I feel like that's what she would do.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and try it.
Let's see that wisdom check.
This is what she would do.
Do it.
Oh,
First day on the job, huh?
outstretched, this sort of force, your scales
get.
flaring up along your hands, your veins beginning to roll across, like underneath your skin. Hand outstretched, try gripping the harpy, but there's almost this shattering of glass, this sound, this discordant noise that strikes at the center of your head, a streak of blood running down your nostril. Roll me a d6, please.
Oh.
What is your intelligence modifier?
2.
Roll me a d6. Well, you only needed 1.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I'm not trying to kill you.
I don't know why I put in 2. No, I don't know why I put in 2. Sorry.
Let's see. The first die is. I mean, it's screwed regardless. So it's 6 plus 2. So you suffer 8 points of psychic damage.
Ooh.
As this immediate racking pain surges from the small of your neck up through your head. Nice try. The dice said no, however.
Apparently.
Welcome to my luck.
Are you trying to do anything else on your turn?
No, unfortunately.
Understood. It is the Grimtooth Orc. Seeing it flee, you watch as it runs over to the ballista. And you watch as it kicks one of the stands holding it, and it begins to aim the ballista
Oh no!
towards the harpy that's fleeing.
Oh my god!
Let's
We're going,
go!
going all out.
Oh my word.
Holy
No
shit.
survivors.
And you watch as it mounts sort of behind the various levers there, and you watch as it gives a spin to one of the levers, causing the front of it to lift up, and it's sort of cranking it as it's like one-eyeing the creature as it's moving, and then finally like stomps on the release, and you watch as the ballista fires off from the side. Give me a moment.
Holy
I
shit!
really want this ballista to just absolutely obliterate this thing.
Just right
This
to his
man.
thigh.
This man is fucking balding right now. Take me with you.
That hits. I need to
Holy shit.
update its damage because it is wrong for some reason. It would be 2 more d6.
Time to watch a fucking harpy just go up in a puff of feathers.
Wow, really low damage, sadly. You watch as the bolt pierces through the back of this creature, this wail, the scream that comes from it. As it is like weighed down by the ballista bolt now. It's like slowly falling into the ocean, but trying to keep itself afloat. The orc in the process of pulling both of the cranks to pull the rope back so we can load it again. That is its turn. Which harpy? Oh, this one. This one's going to try and use its action to retreat. It's going to get 30 feet and have to roll another wisdom save. It's 13, you said? Sabine?
Correct.
All right. It rolled a 16. Is that... It has 16 on this. The spell doesn't restrict the target's movement for that turn. It's currently in the process of trying to flee, so it's going to get 10 more feet and then be out of movement.
Is it disengaging?
Yeah. That's what I mean by retreat.
Darn.
Turug can't do anything. He is going to man the ballista over here just in case any more show up. Yuria.
Yuria, her attention regained after that little like panic attack of Hane returning some fucking how. Refocuses just in time to see a ballista fire and stab this
Tell them to go away. You're busy.
They're being polite. I couldn't tell them to go away. Anyway, yeah, just time to see the ballista fire and hit this thing in the back. It's almost like a wince, like ooh. Anyway, she's gonna. Can she get on the ballista and also fire?
Oh, are you trying to help him expedite the reload?
Yeah, I want to shoot it. I want to shoot the ballista.
Sure. Do you have proficiency with like siege weapons or anything
Absolutely
like that?
not.
Okay.
No.
This will be your using. Okay, so this will be using ballista stats, of which you are not proficient. So I will be minusing the proficiency bonus from this. Go ahead and roll me a d20 plus 3.
D20 plus 3. All right.
Yes.
Yep. Yuria saddles up next to the orc, sort of looking over this thing. The idea of, yeah, I can do that, as she gets on the other end.
Oh my fucking god. That's 6d6.
Fucking go.
As you, like, you're now in tandem with the orc, this, as you pull it back in time for him to load in the bolt, he gestures to the panel on the floor, the release, you stomp it down, and it fires. It is literally that meme of the guy throwing the baseball and hitting the pigeon, where it just, this just spray of feathers as it is atomized. This thing is gone.
Oh, don't forget the extra d6.
Sure, if you want to roll your hex damage too.
I thought he took it into account, all things considered.
No.
Just got obliterated.
Yeah, it had 12 hit points left, of which you've dealt 28 points. How would you like to erase this thing from history?
Ooh.
Would you like to balefire this thing from existence?
It's literally like the fucking the ballista smacks into it, and there's just this screech as it's sent off into the distance, like Team Rocket style.
Its
And then
velocity doubled.
Yep, and then due to the hex, it's like right when it reaches the horizon, it's basically swallowed up by the void. And then the hex will move to the other harpy, trying to escape. It will also suffer from strength tests. And Yuria's eyes, bloodlust in them, watching, satisfied with her kill, looks over to see a new target.
It begins wheeling the ballista.
Yeah, this is fun, she said.
All right. It is the Harpy's turn, the one at the far end of the ocean, and it is going to flee, exiting the combat map.
Yeah,
Desperate as it is, wounded as it is, with deep cuts from the Zweihander, it barely manages to limp its way out. It is the Grimtooth Orc's turn, who is going to begin making his way to the ballista.
These things are great. We should get more of these.
You should carry one of these around this way.
This one is going to... No, this one's going to throw a javelin.
Okay.
It is going to throw a javelin. Actually, what is the range? Because it might be a disadvantage. Oh, absolutely is. Yeah, it's going to throw a javelin.
Everyone gets a turn on the ballista.
Still hits. Dealing 5 points of damage with the 13. As the javelin sinks into the side. Kellen.
We have left. There's one kind of off the...
You have the one that's hunter marked, and the one that just fled Sabine. All the others have been murdered.
I will, from where I am, it's not long range. Yeah, it's only 2 feet. That's easy peasy. I will take a shot at the one that's Hunter's Mark to try to finish that off.
Let's see it.
There's the number. 19.
19 hits.
And it's Hunter's Mark. It's a D6. Oof, these rolls are great.
Wouldn't you also get Colossus Slayer?
Yeah, I was just about to do that. So, 12, so 17.
Immediate. What was initially a very healthy harpy, barely scathed aside from your first arrow, this one sinks deep, hitting some vital organ, causing it to scream out in pain. It looks mortal.
That is it for me, because I don't have any other actions that I can do yet.
All right. It is going to manage to escape. Barely. Desperate to get away. Alaric.
DM, good sir. We are going to assess our surroundings momentarily. Then Alaric will look at what remains of his bottle, which is essentially the top half, sharded out to where the bottom end was. What a bloody waste. You know, discarded, sent it sailing off past the bridge of the ship, the ocean. That's my turn.
All right. This Grimtooth is gonna throw. It's gonna throw a javelin as well. That's a 19 to hit.
This went from horrible ambush to like a grand old time with the boys.
This is literally a bonding experience currently, where the party's having a great time. Marana, it's your turn.
Looking around, seeing there's only one left.
You could,
beginning to flee.
if you wanted, you could assist the orc on the ballista, trying to shoot at the one escaping off the port side.
How would I be assisting?
You would be firing it.
Oh god, that's not a good idea with how my rolls have been.
Try it anyway, it'll be fun.
It's if you want to. Or you could go towards the one that is still near the ship.
You know what, I think I have a bone to pick with the one escaping, so we'll give it a shot.
Perfect. I don't imagine you're proficient with siege weapons or anything like that.
No.
So this will be a d20 plus 3.
Plus 3? Why plus 3?
This is just the base. This is the base ballista stats. Your proficiency would have made it a plus 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ballistas.
I'm telling you.
Change your dice time.
I changed them 3 times. Oh my god. Like I don't think it's working.
What you touch is you break.
The orc sort of like this wicked grin on his face, like, yes, we're winning, like watches as the ballista, the bolt gets caught, the spring not firing, and he looks to it and sort of brings up a hand and begins trying to fix the break on it.
My dice have been cursed.
We need to perform a ritual, some sort for your dice.
It's because you brought Hayne back.
No, they've been shit before
giggling.
then. They've been shit before then. Trust me.
That was your
That
attack?
was everything.
All right.
That was everything.
Spinebreaker Gorik is Spinebreaker Gorik is now going to use Rally. You watch as he slams the axe down and brings it up, the head of it glowing with this strange red flame. As he raises it high, all of you get to your next attacks or saving throws, you get a +3. Sabine.
Sabine's gonna work her way over to a ballista and help somebody.
Both ballistas are currently occupied, but you're more than welcome to help. The one on the port side is currently jammed. What tool proficiencies do you have?
None.
Then you're there for moral support.
Good job, people.
You don't have any ranged or anything like that?
I don't have. I came up to practice with my rapier. I wouldn't have my javelins on me.
Gotcha. Well, that's your turn then, I'm afraid. You can move yourself over to whichever ballista, or closer to whichever ballista. Sildero. Recoiling from your mental backlash, you right yourself. What are you doing?
I need to measure that again. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Sometimes it's really finicky, so.
Damn.
What are you measuring up?
How much movement I had?
Mm-hmm.
I'd only make it there.
Oh, with a dash? Yeah.
Like, yeah. Oh, man. How far out is this one? He's 10 feet away?
It's barely off of the ship. Yeah, it's from the vessel. It's only about 5 feet. However, elevation-wise, at least in that situation, it would be 10 feet off. So you don't have any ranged or anything?
No. Let me see. That wouldn't want to work. Okay. Crap. Okay. I think she would probably do. Yeah, she would do that. She would make her way to this direction. I guess she would make her way over to help with the ballista, maybe? Because Sabine didn't do so well.
The port side one? Sure. Are you proficient with any tools?
All tools, I believe. Let me look really quick.
You are proficient with disguise kits and a loot.
Oh, okay, I read that wrong then.
It's all right. Roll me a history check. Given your background.
Okay.
I'll say you have passing familiarity with ballistas, cannons, things like that. Mostly for castle defense. But repairing them, not so much.
Okay. And I guess that's it.
All right. The orc goes next. You watch as he brings the brake up, sort of boot to the main portion of the ballista, and sort of wheels it further to the left, so that way it's more inward and not outward. And he's gonna stomp on the release. And he's going to fire the ballista because there's so many people operating it. It's easy enough to reload it.
That's right. Racism temporarily forgotten in favor of ballista.
You're having a great time.
Absolutely.
A 7 misses though. Firing wide. You see the orc sort of slam his hands onto the ballista, cursing as he does. This harpy is going to move another 30 feet to roll its wisdom save. It cannot move. It is trying to flee. There is desperation in its features, but compelled duel keeps it there.
I feel bad for this thing.
Torog remains vigilant. Yuria?
Ooh, bolstered by her recent hit. And the changing, well, the current almost assured victory. She's going to try the ballista again. Pretending she has a fucking clue what she's doing with this. She sticks her thumb out, pretending to aim with it, and fires it.
1d20 plus 3. That hits. 3d6. Plus your... Actually, make it 4d6 because you're a hex. I'll say for the sake of it, the bolt firing off from the ballista. How does this harpy perish, Yuria?
Much like the last one, the bolt straight through the chest. It goes with the bolt until, due to the necrotic damage of Hex, its basically skin falls apart and is left into the wind, leaving behind a trail of harpy bits until it's nothing, disintegrated.
You hear the distant plunge as the ballista bolt falls into the ocean at some distance. And with that, combat is over. The harpy invaders defeated. Relationships rekindled. Kinship made as you fought alongside the Grimtooth orcs and suffered not a single casualty, might I add.
Alex boos.
And with that, the session is over. That's where we'll be calling you for tonight. Thank you all so much for playing. I know we went much later than I intended. I'm really sorry about that. But thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and supporting. And thank you, players, for playing.
It was super fun. Thanks for hosting.
Yep.
We will pick this up next week with episode 13. The players arriving on the southern shores of the Ettermore. Their adventure beginning. I don't want to hold you guys here if you don't want to. You're free to leave. Thank you guys for playing.
Thank you.
Chat, if you have any questions, feel free to use your points. I'll be here for around another 12 minutes or so before I call the stream.
Okay, I have to go, but I might be back if it looks like everybody's leaving.
All right, homie. Enjoy the party.
I almost feel bad for the harpies.
Slaughter.
It was very much like a hawk grabbing a snake and then realizing there's like 8 more snakes in the pile of snakes that it grabbed.
I was like, this is it. This is the test for level 3, and you guys fucking curb stomped them.
I think it's because, I mean, like 5 out of 6 of us didn't fall for the fucking enchantment.
Indeed.
If more of us had really bad wisdom saving throws, this could have been very bad.
I mean, I was one turn cycle from getting shredded the fuck apart, so,
My clothes!
Ever the noble. Oh wait, this world
He's
is
the op-
dangerous.
It's really the opposite of Ibrahim, who would never take off his armor. I was like, what? I gotta wear it? But this is my vacation.
How much PTSD does that surviving harpy have? The 2 surviving harpies are gonna go back to their people on their little rock and inform them of the horrible shit that happened. And they'll probably get torn apart because they're very chaotic in nature and will sense the weakness of the others and probably eat them. So that PTSD will be very short-lived.
Don't you worry now.
It'll be like, oh no, my sisters ripped apart too young. And the others are like, yeah, like what we're about to do to you.
Wait a minute.
You failed to bring food? Very well.
Oh, guess who's the food now?
Delicious.
Yeah, still a real fucking short. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
I think we're all just humongous. We're all almost like 6 foot.
I posted a bit of fan art in Momo's Discord. Should have done more done soon. Oh, wow. Oh, let me look.
I want to sing. I'm going.
What did they post?
Oh, that's sick, Luna. They made, like, Soul Calibur characters after you guys.
Oh, shit. Where can I see this? Where might I view?
Here's, it's half of the party currently.
I would like to view.
It is in Momo's Discord.
I don't have access to that.
All right, hold on. I'll copy them over and post them. But it's currently, Luna says it's half of the party. It's Alaric, Sabine, and Sildero.
What is?
What
You
tab
back?
is this in?
Oh, hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Luna made Soul Calibur characters in the likeness of the party, or half of the party thus far.
Oh, that's so cool.
I really like it.
That's so cool. I like the puffy pants.
Yeah, those are super sick. Oh, posted it twice. Stop that.
Is that?
That's so cool.
Nice.
Those are neat. Yeah.
That's super sick. Thank you, Luna.
That is awesome. I have to giggle though at the spurs on Sildero.
She does have little spurs.
I'm a cowboy.
A cavalier, not a cowboy.
I ride horses.
Damn.
Yeah.
geez.
Those harpies are gonna go back and get fucking eviscerated by their own people because they brought no food.
Horrible.
Had they even managed to grab like one of the orcs, they'd be good eating. But you literally stopped them from getting any of them. So good fucking job.
Murder.
I was expecting at least one orc to get got.
We've learned.
If the rest of the party was having issues, sorry, orcs. But it seemed like everyone else was doing okay. So I was like, I guess I can hex this one.
Yeah, there was some teamwork going on. That was pretty neat.
Sure.
How much
PTSD does Yuria have now?
Maybe the ballista was very therapeutic or something.
Well, yeah, the ballista was probably therapeutic after that.
That felt good.
The orc nodding in agreement.
Violence is the answer.
I need to get with Marana and change her dice because, yikers.
Yeah, how many net ones did I roll? Or
a
twos?
A lot. A lot
Yeah.
of misses is generally what it amounted to.
A lot of what now?
Misses.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we need to work on your dice a little bit.
Like,
Before
I
my
have
ritual
tried. I
session.
have changed them 3 times during this session alone. So I don't know what else there is to do.
See, it's strange because Oberon's dice are pretty good.
They have good days. They have bad days. They have middling days.
I still have that very same problem. Yeah.
Oberon's dice seem to want to behave more often than not.
I thought you were going to a party, Mama. What happened?
Oh, the birthday boy is gone.
Oh, wait, I didn't keep you, right?
Yeah, but it's okay. He'll understand.
I'm sorry about that. Tell the birthday boy that I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is it somebody I know?
It's
Grogmar.
Grogmar.
Oh, Jesus. Definitely tell them I'm sorry.
It's okay. He'll understand.
But
He's
now
right like that.
Well, if you guys have any questions for the players, feel free to use your channel points.
Yeah.
Again, for the rest of you that are here, you don't have to feel beholden to stay. I know we went super past what the allotted time usually is, so I apologize.
Oh boy.
Holy shit.
Hey. Yeah, Guido's back.
Guido Sarducci with 20 gifted subs. Thank you very much for that, brother. That means a lot. Jesus. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that.
Guido's a good bean.
Guido.
Oh, he's got his stick back.
What?
What? He's got his stick back.
His stick back?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
He has his stick back.
I don't know what that means.
That's fine. He does.
So anyone considering learning how to properly use a ballista?
Yeah, where's my ballista feat? Where's my siege master feat?
Maybe.
I solve practical problems.
I was wondering how inspired everybody would be when they saw one of the orcs go to the ballistas, and then they were like, oh, wait.
I want to try.
Sorry, my sleepy mind cannot build any questions. That's fine, Taryn. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed the combat. How spooked was the party when they heard Haynes laugh?
Very. Skipped a reaction because I was so spooked.
Marana's like, I didn't think that would actually freaking work.
You might as well do something if you're going to stay. And he's like, all right, bet.
It's like, oh no! So now she knows it's not in her head.
Yeah, that's the most horrifying moment, is like, if you're going to do something, do it. And he does it, and she's like, oh, fuck. Wait.
Yeah. So that was more kind of like the moment of actual discovery of powers, rather than just a bad nightmare.
It's all real.
Oh, it's all real.
She takes my stuff and lords it over me. Do you take Guido's stuff?
Well, yeah.
Why? What do you take from him?
Stuff?
I'm sorry, Guido. Your things won't be taken here.
You'll understand soon.
So I know it takes 100k to get Momo to sing me a song. How much do I need to get a billion? I don't know. I can't sing.
Yes, you
Cannot.
can.
Can't.
Can.
Cannot.
Oh.
No, you can't.
Nope. Don't sing. I'm sorry. I appreciate it. 100k would get you like something else. Maybe I don't know. I'll have to work on something. I was considering doing like channel points to redeem like making an NPC that I put in the world.
A sonnet.
Nope, not even that.
Not like a poem, an in-game poem dedicated to him, made by the bards.
Do you see that Zebus is at 92k points?
I know. Zebus has been here since the start. So that makes perfect sense.
That and he's won all his gambas, as where I have not.
He's waiting. He's waiting.
I'm sorry. I do not feel comfortable with singing. My apologies. There will be something else for 100k and vice versa.
You get to spawn a monster during the sessions. Woo!
I had considered that. However, that's also very chaotic and could result in like a death spiral.
I don't know what you mean.
If it's like the party's fighting a bunch of goblins and somebody redeems points to summon another goblin, that one goblin could be responsible for the death of the party, right?
I could see like a charity something extreme doing that for funsies.
Oh yeah, that could be fun.
You're fighting a band of kobolds in their home. Nothing bad can happen here.
Chat starts
Anyway, thanks
redeeming.
for the 100k points. You guys are now fighting a singular beholder. Good luck.
The kobolds merge into a beholder. You scream, but nobody can hear it.
They scream.
Exactly. I mean, yes. My plan as well is also to get some more mods, so that way Idis is not bearing the brunt of literally everything.
You can take it.
Rando unimportant NPC who dies next encounter.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'll try and consider something, and then I want it to be something worthwhile, right? I do like the idea of making it an NPC, so sort of like working with that person to make an NPC, and then putting them in the world, right?
The orc turns to the party. Hello, my name's Redstrick. Immediately picked up and carried away by Harpies.
Hello there.
Hello.
Ooh, 100k points, and they can grant advantage on a roll of their choice to a character or an enemy during a fight.
You just had to say or an enemy, didn't you?
You couldn't have just stopped at their choice of character. You had to suggest.
I would like to give
Or
inspiration to
Lord Hain.
Lord Hain.
Ooh, that natural 1 turned to a natural 20. Lord Hain doesn't get knocked prone. That battle very quickly turns. Chaos goes hand in hand. I'll talk with the players, because ultimately it's the players it affects, right? Like, I don't want it to be like, hey, guess what? The faceless people in chat have decided the Tarask gets advantage on its next attack roll.
Nice, nice.
And it's a swallow hole.
Yep. But if the players are down with that, then that's something I can work with like Idis and them, trying to figure out some channel point appropriate rewards. I do like the idea of like building the NPCs and stuff with people. That one seems like a lot of fun.
See? Wait, didn't I say this? You could build villages based off of chat members' names, like spin-offs of them.
Oh, that could be interesting.
Yeah, you have Zebus the Butcher.
Ooh. I like Red Wrist, the Northern Berserker.
That's a villager.
Ah, the guy sat down here selling hides from great beasts.
Ooh, damn, you're right.
What about using the points to give the players a Scooby snack? What?
Oh my god.
Oh, maybe
Always welcome snacks.
the points can be... Maybe the points can be used to upgrade what potential loot you may find. So, like, if I'm rolling on a certain rarity table, maybe somebody could redeem to increase the rarity. That could be interesting. So what if it's something like Bless instead of Advantage? Like we gave a character a D4 only. NPC character, do tell. I mean, yeah, but the Scooby snack. Redeem to add a D to a D100. Well, that could be interesting. Or maybe Bless for 100k and Bane for 200k. Want to hurt the party? You got to stick around long enough to want to.
Why do you guys always want to spend points to hurt us like that?
Itis.
Fucking Itis. This guy. This dude.
Balance in all things, as the great leveler says.
I know Twitch chat to know that it's anything but balance. You're lying to me.
Yeah, you have had to endure the pain with the party to inflict more pain. That's right. I'll figure some stuff out. You did make it twice as expensive. I'll try and find something that works with the players as well, because I don't know how much influence they want, right, from chat in their games and stuff. But we'll try and figure a nice compromise. Ideas for the in-hour. I do not want to reveal to all right now. Bet. You guys, how you guys feeling?
Hoggers.
Sleepy.
This campaign might be growing in higher favor than SOE.
Oh shit.
What does that mean?
I'm just like, I don't know, this one's really capturing me. I'm hoping that on Sunday we get to play and I don't know, I it's pushing it.
I don't know what that means. That's very alarming.
What do you mean?
You're feeding
you
my
run
anxiety.
Both of them. You run both of them.
But it sounds like you like one more than the other.
Is that bad?
No.
Uh-huh.
No.
No.
No, why would it be? Why would it be?
I like both of them.
Do you? Do you?
Oh, don't gaslight me.
Oh, you don't like this one as much as the other one? You must hate it.
You must hate it.
You must hate it.
No, I would never say that.
You hate it, don't you? Say it. Say you hate it. Tell me to my face. Tears streaking down. Tell me.
Prefer? More like abhor.
How dare you? My blood, sweat, and tears.
I was just
It
reading
hurts
that, like, this one's. I really am enjoying the synergy here.
I think it's because this one's
It's a
far more
different setting, okay?
far more vibrant than doom and gloom that is the Sunday game. Sunday is literally a Souls game, where this one actually feels like a proper adventure, at least from my perspective.
There's Souls and then there's Skyrim. I think we're in Skyrim here.
I wouldn't say Skyrim. It just feels a little bit more lively. Where like, even though there's like these sort of dour moments, with like Hane and everything like that, there's also this like hope, right?
Yes, DM, I agree. There's lots of hope as I look down and see the depths. Yep. That looks like hope to me.
Big difference in character personalities too. That also sets a different atmosphere.
Absolutely. Even though there's like little bits of like clash, I see little bits of personality clash, but that's easily sort of outweighed by the player, like you guys working together. But who knows? Every party goes through its "I hate you" phase. I want to be on my own.
Ah, yes. The band has split again.
I don't want to go
Those
to
were
the
the
beach episode.
Those were the
Also, Momo, that looks super sick what you posted in Discord. Big fan of that.
Yeah.
No extensions tonight. I already went well beyond the normal times. This is just
Yes.
wrapping it up currently.
Indeed. Nice.
Oh yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting me, for supporting the players. It means a lot. It's really good to be able to continue to enjoy doing the thing that I love, which is this. Is Dungeons and Dragons. This shit fun as fuck.
Yo, it kind of slapped though.
You know how to say Dungeons and Dragons in Spanish? It's kind of cool, actually.
How do you say it?
Mazmorras y dragones.
That does sound dope. It's a shame I can't say it.
I've never actually said it to a friend's face in Spanish either. Ever.
Why?
So don't play this shit, my friend.
Why?
Is that like it here? Maybe. Yes.
Why?
Sundere Zebus. But thank you guys very much. And thank you guys for coming out and playing. It means a lot to be able to run games for you guys and you guys have fun. And get to explore the world and everything.
Hell yeah. This
So
is
that-
sound awful, but I actually really liked the bit where Sildero like fucked up on her first time to do like her psychic stuff. I don't know, it felt fitting. It was like getting used to her new power.
Hell yeah. That's why I was like, yeah, let's see what the limitations of your power are. Like, let's figure it out in character, right?
Yeah. It's one of those roles where it's like a failure actually makes sense.
There were a lot of very cool moments this session. A lot of very cool moments in combat. But that aside, go ahead and say goodbye to chat, everybody.
Goodbye, chat.
Good night, y'all.
See you on the next stream. Deuces.
Good night, guys. Thanks for showing up.
All right. I'll be back. So thank you guys. It again, I can't express it enough. Honestly, your support is overwhelming And it means a lot. More than I can put into words. So thank you. I am deeply appreciative of it. I'm glad that you guys get to come and enjoy the story, and I get to interact with all of you. So I will see you all this Sunday for the Secrets of Irist over on Momo's channel, as the players dive in to the vampire's lair and face off against Archdeacon Tharlis, and figure out what happened to Ibrahim's brother, and what horrible things await them, and what things they'll overcome. Wherever you are, I hope you have a good night, a good morning, a good evening, what have you. And I hope you take care of yourself. I'll see you all later.